Obviously give you predictions before the pick, talk about who actually does get drafted and what we think, how well that fits with the team and everything about that. But my name is Taylor. My co-host is Parker. I'm going to throw it over to you, Parker. Obviously, I'm on the West Coast, so it's about going on 5 p.m. for my time. It'll be almost 8 p.m. for you on the East Coast. How are things going out there heading into draft time?
It's great. This is always my favorite week of the year. I have never been so unsure of the picks that we're going to see tonight in any draft I've ever watched. And I think a lot of the NFL feels the same way. I know Trayvon Walker has been the sports betting favorite to be the first overall pick, but people are like, nah, it's going to be Kayvon Thibodeaux or Aiden Hutchinson. There's just so many. There are like 4 or 5 names are being thrown around for the first pick, which is something that's very unprecedented. We've had a couple of years in a row where we know a quarterback is going first, but
Yeah,
this
it
is
seems
going
like
to be
every year there's always
yeah.
one, like everyone knows that person's going to go number one overall.
And then there's also the guys that there's always one guy each season who flies up the draft for a pretty unforeseen reason. Mitch Trubisky, Daniel Jones. It's just, and even Baker Mayfield when he was drafted number 1 overall, that came as a surprise to a few people. So who could that guy be this year? It could be Trayvon Walker, but I think he's more a sure top 10 pick now than a guy like Trubisky or Daniel Jones was. But maybe it's a quarterback like Malik Willis, but we don't know because nobody knows.
That's what makes this really exciting. I feel like this draft is everyone kind of has a chance when it comes to getting picks right going into this draft, unlike any other draft before. Because if you have like a crazy theory out there, this is the one draft it could come true. Compared to some of these other drafts where it's like, oh, we kind of know which direction a lot of these teams are going to go. Not so much this case. But speaking of predicting picks, we actually, if you guys have not checked it out, make sure to go ahead and check out our Twitter channel, or obviously our Twitter channel. Anyways, our Twitter feed at Fantasy Football in 5, because that is where we have a bunch of our stuff linked there. You can find pretty much everything there, as well as we recently released the Predict the Pick group for our NFL.com group. Go in there. You can go 1 through 32, and you can compete against us for a chance to be in our listener league this upcoming season, and free entry. Usually you have to pay to get into our listener
Can't
league.
beat
However,
that.
free is always good. And so definitely go do that. You still have a couple of minutes to go through. If you already have some picks that you have a good idea of, go through, put them in there, hit save, and maybe you get free entry to our listener league next season.
Yeah, our listener league is going on its 4th year now, Taylor. That's kind of hard to believe. And last year we doubled in size. We had a full West Coast division, and looks like Jameson Williams is on his way to the hospital again.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm pretty close to the road here where I am. I'm like right up next to the street. So some sirens are flying by, but maybe they're on the way to the draft. So, like I said, our listener league doubled in size last year. We had 24 participants as opposed to our usual 12. And honestly, I think we're just scratching the surface, Taylor. We're looking to add more. If we can get a 3rd league going, I see a lot of growth for this league already.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's a great situation for all you fans who want to go out there and compete against some of us. Obviously, last year I was in the West Coast, you were in the East Coast League, and that's kind of how we did it. Whereas before we always shared a team or maybe had our separate teams in the listener league. But I think that if we want to do multiple leagues, again, obviously with a 3rd or 4th league or something like that, if we have enough people, then go ahead and figure out a way for us to share, teams going into those leagues, because at the end of the day, it'll get more of you guys involved, and that's always fun. And you also have a chance to win money. It's a win-win. So
Right. Yeah, we're going to up the ante yet again this year. The competition was fantastic last season, and I am really looking forward to what we have next year. Last season, Team Cotramilio won. She has been an OG and a great partner of Fantasy Football in 5 since the Listener League began a few seasons ago. She got her crown this year, is looking to defend it again. But Taylor, enough about the Listener League. Let's talk about the launch of our website. We just launched our brand new website, www.fantasyfootballinfive.com. less than a month ago or so, maybe a little bit over a month ago. But have a lot of exciting things on there. Our full mock draft is on there in case you want to take a look before the draft. But Taylor, what else can you look forward to on our website coming up this offseason?
So for the off season, we have a lot of big plans because obviously everyone's expecting, these rankings that everyone does, and we're going to be doing a little bit of rankings, various different rankings on our website. So go check that out. And then also, if you want to make sure to have all the top-notch articles, all those articles you read during the off season that everyone's talking about, we'll have our own, and it'll be the most accurate stuff out there. So definitely go check those out, and we'll also be previewing some possible boom and bust candidates for this upcoming season. So that whether that be rookies or maybe just, veteran players. So we'll have a lot of different stuff like that, different lists for you guys to go through. Cause at the end of the day, everyone in the fantasy community, they love their lists. So we're going to go ahead and put out some of our own and make sure that, we get our namesake out there and get you guys the best content possible. And then if you guys want to, shout out and maybe have an idea of your own that you want us to feature on the fantasyfootballinfive.com website, go ahead, reach out to us on our DMs, and we might be able to get it in there. And also throughout this draft, I don't know if you've mentioned it, Parker, but we might be having some guests throughout the draft for a few picks here or there.
Yes.
So if you're interested in something like that, just reach out and we might be able to get you in here during the podcast or the live NFL draft podcast here.
Yeah, right on. If you are a fan of any of the teams that are picking tonight, sorry, Browns and Bears fans, it's not going to happen. But if that's you, you got to come and join us, hang out for a little bit. We can analyze your team's pick. You can analyze your team's pick and tell us how much you hate Dave Gettleman, something like that. But no, we're looking forward to it. We're just about 10 minutes away from the start of the draft, or Roger Goodell will be booed onto the stage. Just a beautiful chorus to welcome our commissioner onto the stage.
Yeah, I think that's one of my favorite parts of the NFL draft. Everyone's excited about the picks and the players and the different moving parts of the NFL. I'm excited to see our wonderful commissioner get booed. It's my favorite part. I think that every season I want to see just how loud that he gets booed, because I feel like that's like a competition. How loud can he get booed? Is it better or worse than last year? That's right. What I look forward to.
Well, it's funny we mentioned this because our Listener League winner of last season, Nick, tweeted earlier today, he couldn't wait to hear the fans boo Goodell when he takes the stage tonight. It's one of the best traditions in all of sports. And, Goodell says himself, he kind of enjoys it just because he knows that he holds the weight, So it's going to be a really, really entertaining start to our draft. Certainly a lot better than the basement draft from 2020.
Yeah, that one was a tough one because the quality was not there. But hopefully this year out there in Vegas, with all the uppity,
glitz and
the
glamour.
Lights and yeah, exactly. They should have all sorts of excitement for us for the draft. I do have to ask you, Parker, what is one thing that is your favorite thing to do on draft night?
Well, I honestly really like the player profiles that all of the hosts sort of put together, like the packages that they put together for all the players. They do put the bad stuff in there sometimes too, which I really appreciate, because on a lot of these highlight tapes that you see of these guys in their draft profiles, it's only the good stuff. And sure, some players only do good stuff, but that's not the case for every guy. So I like seeing how these different guys analyze a player versus their partner next to them. Kirk Herbstreit said he won't be there tonight, actually. So we're going to be without Herbie, but we still got plenty of great guys set to talk about the draft. And, it's always interesting to see how personal they're going to get about these players.
Yeah, I do have to suspect something. Okay, this is just something I want to throw out there and see if it ends up happening. I don't know if you remember many moons ago at this point, but you and I were watching the draft one year, and it was actually one of our first drafts we got to do to get together, and it was the Laremy Tunsil draft. And
oh my God,
we got to see the whole gas mask thing happen live, and we just watched him fall down the boards. Is there going to be some sort of controversy? Or if you had to take a guess, do you think there's going to be a controversy during this draft? Yes or no? I'm leaning towards. I honestly think there could be. I really do. I don't know.
The one thing, um, so Devonte Wyatt, the star defensive tackle from Georgia, has an arrest to his name for domestic violence. Now, this happened back in 2020. Nothing has really come about since, but there's always a worry for players who have character issues in the draft, and some teams don't see it. I don't think the Falcons saw it when they took Takk McKinley a few years ago, and the Titans certainly didn't see it when they drafted Isaiah Wilson. So that was a major letdown for them. I don't think there's going to be a gas mask type controversy tonight, but I think we could get a little bit heated with a player based on their off the field issues. And Taylor, speaking of the Laremy Tunsil thing, did you see that he is selling that video as a 1-of-1 NFT?
Interesting. I
So
did not see that.
he's trying to profit off of his losses. You can't even call it a loss,
No, I think he ended up in a good situation. Actually, ironically, he's made a lot of money in his career, so you
Yeah.
can't necessarily say it was a loss.
He said the money that would be sort of earned from this NFT would be donated to something along with cannabis reform and stuff like that. So he's putting his money for what he thinks is a good use. So good for him. But Taylor, we are getting closer and closer to draft night. Besides the picks, what are we going to be looking forward to in our live stream?
Well,
I know you're very excited about a game.
Yes. So there's something that I have recently found over the last couple of weeks, and it's been a lot of fun being able to dive deep into it. It's this football game. Okay. So it's a simple game. We're going to probably play it throughout a couple of the commercial breaks, just, to add some extra oomph into this live podcast. It's called the Weddle Unlimited game. So Weddle I'm sure many of you have heard of Wordle. Okay. It's the NFL's version of Wordle. So it's talking about players, and you have to go through, and it has a category. And actually, we'll show it on screen at some point, but has a category, and you have to try and figure out what player in the NFL that it's talking about. So let's say, for example, let's use Adam Thielen. Okay. And you go ahead and you type in a player's name. You have 10 guesses to get it right. And let's say we typed in, I'm trying to think of it. Dalvin Cook. Okay. Yeah. Let's say we typed in Dalvin Cook, and it would pop up that you have the right team because it'll show up green, but it'll say like the height and the weight, or the height is incorrect. And then it'll also tell you that the position is incorrect. And then it will go through. It also has age. It'll say that the age is incorrect. You'll be able to see it. It's a lot of fun. It'll give you arrows as to whether the age and different height, weight, different things like that are up or down, and give you a better idea of where to guess. So we'll go through, we'll check out our combined NFL knowledge looking at this and trying to figure out, whether we know all those players that we talk about so much, and just prove to you guys that we know what we're talking about. And also, it's just a lot of fun. Go ahead and check it out. They just recently released the unlimited version. There used to only be one an easy mode and then a hard mode, so 2 players a day. However, now they have an unlimited mode. You can go ahead and just keep playing and playing and playing. It's a lot of fun. We'll go ahead and do that at some point.
Yeah, we're going to be doing that during the big commercial breaks that there inevitably will be during this draft. However, we are about 3 minutes away. So when the time comes, we'll show you the draft and sort of talk about the picks. Now, picks take a long time. The teams have, 10 minutes in the first round. You got to go get your franchise talent. Taylor, let's talk about these first couple of picks, especially the Jaguars, as they have yet again the number 1 overall pick, like they did last year, and they took Trevor Lawrence, their hopeful franchise quarterback for the next 10 to 20 years. So they're on the clock again. Many people think it's going to be either Aiden Hutchinson or Trayvon Walker. Where do you stand?
Well, there's one player that it should be, okay? And that is Aiden Hutchinson. I really do believe that the Jaguars they need to take Aiden Hutchinson. He is you looked at Trevor Lawrence last year, and he was the, you know, pedigree player, someone who no one else, could come close to what he was. Okay. He was supposed to be the next legend. And I think that that's exactly what Aiden Hutchinson is in this draft. And there can't be multiple types of guys like that. You know what I mean? There's never is. So there's always going to be one of those guys. And I think Hutchinson is that guy. Whereas, very similarly to last year, I talked a lot about how the Trey Lance, the Mac Jones, like to the 49ers, and then the Trey Lance to 49ers, that's the theory between those two. I told about how it was a smokescreen, and they were just utilizing that to actually take Trey Lance all along. They knew they were going to take him. That's exactly
Try
what they
and get
did.
teams to do something stupid. That's what it was.
Exactly. And I think that's exactly what the Jaguars are doing here with the Trayvon Walker thing. However, it's a little bit reversed. I think that instead of trying to use a player, to try and make him go elsewhere, I think that they're trying to make people think they're going to take Trayvon Walker when in reality, they're going to probably take Hutchinson all along. They're just trying to hype up another guy to see, what sort of trade bait they can get and just different things like that. And, make sure that everyone else in the draft is still, up in the air as to what they're going to do with that number one pick. Should be Hutchinson, though. I think he's definitely the best player in this draft.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he separates himself from his competition as much as maybe Trevor Lawrence did. But regardless, you don't mess around with the franchise talent. Trent Baalke is on very thin ice. The Jaguars' whole organization has been on thin ice for some time now. They did the right thing with picking Trevor Lawrence last year, but they need some pieces around him. They did a great job in free agency. They spent a ton of money, overpaid perhaps, reset the market perhaps, but at the end of the day, they got their guy. You got to go out and get your guy tonight with Aiden Hutchinson. So, Taylor, that's the Jaguars pick. The draft is just mere minutes away. Where can the Jaguars go wrong? Now, I don't think Trayvon Walker is the worst possible pick, but how can they mess this up so badly that this draft becomes forgettable for them?
I know this is going to be a little odd, but taking a tackle, I know that might be something that not a lot of people necessarily have them ever doing. I think almost every mock that I've seen has an edge rusher of some kind, whether it be, Hutchinson, Walker, Thibodeau, one of those guys going to the Jaguars all along. However, there are two tackles in this draft that have been climbing up draft boards. You got Evan Neal, and then you have
Ikem Ekwonu.
Yes, I never can say his name correctly. Ekwonu. Okay, you got those two tackles who are slowly, finding them inside the top, 5, depending on where you look. And I think that both of those guys, they could be possible picks for the Jaguars. And unfortunately, I think that's where they go wrong, because obviously they just franchise tagged Cam Robinson. And so a lot of people are going to say, well, they just franchise tagged him, they are not going to draft a tackle. However, I could see them possibly doing that, just to be like, well, we don't want to pay him. Okay.
Right.
And so then they go ahead and get a rookie. And I think that's a bad move. I really do. I don't think that's the way you set up your franchise. You get the franchise player with that first pick, and the franchise player in this draft is Aiden Hutchinson, or at least some sort of an edge pass rusher, because at the end of the day, they don't have that. They have a nose tackle, and then they have Josh Allen.
Yeah, and they did place a fifth-year option today on Josh Allen, which is going to be really great for them in the long run. And Allen's a fantastic young player. And I do anticipate they're going to keep him in the building, given the fact that Hutchinson and Allen are going to line up on opposite side of the ball and just wreak havoc. And they need a game wrecker on defense. Allen's pretty much a do-it-alone kind of guy right now. Their defense was awful. He single-handedly led them to the upset of the Bills last year. So take what you do, but I think Hutchinson is the safe and smart pick for not only the Jaguars, but for Trent Baalke's job.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing that people are underrating, is the fact that the Jaguars' safe pick is the franchise pick. So I think that they align in this draft.
Don't get cute here.
Yeah, whereas a lot of times maybe the safe pick isn't necessarily the franchise setting guy. You know,
Right.
So sometimes there's some question marks with the franchise guy that and he just ends up panning out into the franchise guy. Whereas this, I think it's pretty clear. And I think that it's a perfect time for the Jaguars to play it safe because right now they're in a prime position with a young quarterback to really change this team and the outlook of this team.
Right on, Taylor. So the Jaguars hold the number 1 overall pick. I'm very, very certain they hold pick 33 as well. So what kind of player would be good to complement Aiden Hutchinson in the second round? Or do they just go on the offensive side of the ball?
Thinking about some of the needs that the Jaguars have, one thing that jumped out at me is actually, if I'm not mistaken, corner is one that I could see slipping to them at the beginning of the
Yep.
top.
There are some good corners who are going to go around the end of the first round. So guys like maybe Trent McDuffie or Kyer Elam or Kyler Gordon.
I think one or two of those corners are going to slip into the second round.
Yes.
It's just a question of which one. And I think the corner would be a good spot for the Jags to go.
So
obviously,
they did bring in Shaquille Griffin a couple seasons ago, and they did draft C.J. Henderson with 8th overall pick 2 years ago.
But Henderson is no longer in the building,
right.
So that opens up a spot for them to figure out where their cornerstone corner is going to come from.
The Jaguars front office has a lot of tough decisions to make, but I think it's actually kind of simplistic for the first night. You draft Hutchinson, and yes, you look and see if you want to trade, but you draft Hutchinson, and you might just be on autopilot until pick 32 is over. So it's going to be a really interesting start to our draft because nobody knows what's going to happen. I said earlier the betting favorite was Trayvon Walker. That might not sit well with some people, and it could be Thibodeaux, it could be Hutchinson. But Taylor, we're going to get to the draft in just a minute with the booze raining in. Here we are. We're going to unmute the draft as the commissioner is talking and making the picks. But we're not going to have you listen to the other guys who are sitting there in Vegas talk. We'll analyze the picks, but the Jaguars faithful is showing out here in Vegas. The Lions hold the second pick, followed up by the Houston Texans. So those are our first three. A couple of teams tonight, like the Saints and Packers, have 2 picks, but here we are with Roger Goodell.
Here we go.
Beautiful sound.
Here we go. Let's go, Las Vegas! Come on, Las Vegas, let's go!
He knows what he's doing.
Okay. Welcome to the 22 NFL Draft. As you can see, I brought some friends here with me that you might recognize. Raiders Hall of Famer and Super Bowl MVP, Marcus Allen.
It's funny because he never played in Las Vegas.
And current Raiders, Pro Bowlers Derek Carr and Darren Waller. We have 32 sections out here of some of our season ticket holders. We're proud to have all of you right here around the stage. Thank you. And we also have already well over 100,000 people here in Las Vegas tonight for the draft. So congratulations to you guys. Thank you for being here.
Great night for this city.
And as I look around in this fan section, I see the Raider fans right here in front of me, the Raiders Nation. And I see someone special right down here. Ice Cube. Cube, come on up here, baby. Come on. Come on.
Is he going to wrap us to our picks here?
Everybody, Ice Cube. Come on, baby.
He looks like he could play linebacker right about now.
A little short, but,
Well, he's just the
You got something to say to the Raiders
he's in the
fans
Kobe
and
Dean
all the
style
other
of
fans here
linebacker
today?
here.
What's up, Las Vegas? Let's get this party started right.
I
Very
think his
loud.
microphone may be
If
clipping
y'all
a
ready
little
for
bit.
this draft, let me hear you say, yeah! Say, oh, yeah! We're about to do this. Raider Nation, I love you. NFL, I love you. Let's hear from the homeboy, Derek Carr. Come on up.
Well, so one of the audio guys finally fixed his microphone.
Raiders. Hey, this weekend
That's-
is going to be awesome. Some young men's dreams are going to be fulfilled this weekend. It's just the beginning. So let's make some noise for these young guys and these teams. Welcome to our great city of Las Vegas. Thank you.
Yeah, that's how I feel, Justin.
All right, Las Vegas.
Kind of ridiculous if you ask me, but just get the show underway.
The 2022 NFL Draft is now officially open.
All right. So it's kind of ironic. That man right there, Derek Carr, has to be one of the more happier individuals heading into this upcoming season with all the
Yeah.
changes that he's gotten to his
Yeah,
team.
you know, acquiring Devontae Adams and your old college buddy never hurts anybody. Like we said, the Jaguars have 10 minutes to make their first round pick. They might take their time with this one. Now, they should have had several months to prepare for this pick. However, nothing compares to draft night, right?
Yeah, that's true. Obviously, everything they're probably, putting the feelers out, seeing if anyone is interested in maybe, getting this pick, trading up for this pick, and just doing their due diligence to, reach out because they already know who they're taking at this point. The question is just, can they, get enough of a haul to trade away that player, essentially?
Yep. And they don't have a first round pick now because of said trade. So their 22nd overall pick now belongs to the Green Bay Packers, who could look for their replacement for Devontae Adams with at least one of their first two picks. At least they should. And Taylor, I think you and I both have Treylon Burks selected to go to Green Bay. You just had them at 28, and I have them at 22. So here, there are 8 teams tonight with multiple first-round picks, which is kind of unprecedented, if we're being honest. The Eagles and the Saints sort of made this big trade in the grand scheme of things to have 2 picks tonight. The Chiefs have 2 picks. The Packers do as well. It's going to be a really interesting trade situation to see how many teams end up trading tonight, because we know that the talent in this draft compared to what's predicted for next year is lesser. So teams might be inclined to trade back, grab some capital, and truthfully up their chances at what they think can be a good draft. So
yeah, I think that this draft has a chance to be one of the biggest draft movers, I guess, that we've ever seen in terms of just the different teams moving up and down the board, whether it be to come up and get a guy, whether it be to, move down the board, try and solidify their position next season for draft picks. Because, at the end of the day, it does appear that next draft is probably going to be a better one than this one. However, there's still talented players in here, and if you are a team that is on the verge of, winning a Super Bowl, all it takes is 1 or 2 players, and all of a sudden you're pushed over the edge. So just like that, some of these teams that are closer than others will probably go ahead and try and trade up the draft board occasionally, whereas the teams that, are a little bit lesser talented will probably be looking to solidify their picks for next season and get themselves in a good position to get multiple top talents in next year's draft.
Right on. And the draft package that you're seeing behind us is Aiden Hutchinson himself. He was a Heisman Trophy runner-up last year at Michigan. Really paired well, with David Ojabo, his teammate who unfortunately tore his Achilles as pro day. However, Hutchinson may be one of the best edge rushers we have for the next, 10 years in the NFL. He kind of reminds me a little bit of Nick Bosa, given the fact that he is great with his hands. He's quick off the line, and overall, he's just a good athlete.
That's interesting. I kind of like that comparison. I was actually thinking of Joey Bosa, but you know what? I think I like Nick
They're
Bosa a
essentially the same person. So
yeah, pretty much. So it's funny. Recently, someone said that Aiden Hutchinson could be better than both the Bosa brothers, and I thought to myself, well, that's a lot of praise for a guy who's never played it down in the NFL.
yeah, I wouldn't want to get too, you know, I don't want them to fall too much in love with the player before they even play a snap in the NFL, because we've seen that happen a lot with teams. They just get enamored with a player and maybe take them a little bit too high, and then you have Johnny Manziel 2.0. So
And then let's switch scripts. Instead of talking about Aiden Hutchinson, let's talk a little bit about the possible other pick that a lot of people have mocked to them, and that is Travon Walker. What do you like about Travon Walker, and why is he flying up the board this close to draft day?
he had a good combine, and take the combine how you will. It's a good tool for the players. I don't think of it as a hindrance, as some people have started to think of, but he has good measurables. He's speedy. He has good ball tracking. I also enjoy the fact that he can play along multiple positions up front. He logged a bunch of snaps all over the place, kind of like Isaiah Simmons did it while at Clemson. He even logged a snap at corner. So he can run faster than some of these receivers. He can easily take care of tight ends and running backs. But
it's like the pick is in. So
it is, and we will go to Goodell in just a second. Taylor, what do you think of Travon Walker real quick?
I think that Travon Walker is a bad decision here. If you are the Jaguars, you already have a guy who's got some good speed in as a pass rusher in Josh Allen. You need to pair him up with someone who is, that big, bulky guy who can just bowl over guys. Okay, they don't have that right now, and that guy is Aiden Hutchinson for them at this spot. It just makes the most sense. I think the worst case scenario for the Jags is to go offensive tackle, which is another need for them. So I think that that's the one spot where everyone loses in that scenario. So at the end of the day, Jaguars, they are probably going to go with an edge rusher. It's just a question of which one. I think Hutchinson is clearly the better pick over Walker, just because he makes the most sense for what they need right now. Not to say Walker isn't going to be a good player, but I just think that Hutchinson fits the the yin and the yang to Josh Allen a little bit better than you're getting two yings.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. So the pick is in. We're going to go Goodell once he steps onto the podium. Taylor, our consensus pick here is Aiden Hutchinson, the edge rusher out of Michigan. And let's see what the pick is.
Side of the ball. Yeah, look, obviously pass rushers at a premium in this team. They don't have any disruptors really on the defensive line.
Man, wouldn't it be nice to be there right now?
A head coach who is offensive centric, who knows how important it is to take care of their
Vikings
quarterback, man.
Crew hanging out there in Vegas.
Is ready to make his way out to the stage. The Jacksonville Jaguars, for the second consecutive year, will be
the Jaguars have to get
this
pick right, because picking the NFL's number one pick 3 years in a row is
Roger Goodell
not
prepares to come on out here again. The expectation is
not to say that Hutchinson will do that alone, but making the right pick here will certainly help him avoid that cause. And here we go, Taylor. We're going to shut up.
This year's class, here he comes.
With the first pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travon Walker, linebacker.
Wow. Well,
Wow.
that changes a
My
lot.
goodness.
Wow.
This young man
Oh,
from
man.
Georgia, who somewhere in the middle of this process was projected to go in the mid-20s and has chosen to be home in Atlanta, surrounded by his big family. Didn't want to be here away from anybody that he loved that helped him get to this point. Having a moment he will live with the rest of his life. The Jaguars selecting Travon Walker with the number 1.
I didn't want to believe it.
In the draft. Early in this process, Todd McShay called him the most underrated prospect in the class.
Did not
Big
want
and
to
quick.
believe it. All right, Taylor. Pick's been made. What are you thinking?
Well, I don't know if for those of you who got to watch our live mock draft, I did something a little different there. And what I ended up doing was having Aiden Hutchinson going to the Lions as the hometown hero, in a sense, as he played college right down the street. Oh, the pick is already in. The Lions knew it. See, the Lions know.
Yeah, it's
all
going to be
right?
Hutchinson for the Lions. There's no doubt about it now.
And so for the Lions, I think that this is a perfect situation. And I think that that is exactly what I wanted. And I think all the Lions fans wanted too, was Hutchinson to fall to them. So in terms of Walker being the selection, you know what? Maybe he is. And obviously he seems like he has good character and everything. So that box is checked. So the question now is, can he do it on the field? And the thing that worries me a little bit about Trayvon Walker is just that he doesn't necessarily fit as the same type of player as Hutchinson. They're very different players with their play style, the way they move on the football field, and what they can do. So I think that maybe they have a different type of system that they're looking to implement here in Jacksonville, especially with all the movement from the linebackers. Obviously, Miles Jack leaving the building. They brought in new guys, and all of a sudden, maybe they're retooling this defense to fit a different type of a mold. The question is, what is that going to look like in 2022?
That could be a very good argument, Taylor. He logged snaps all over the defense, like I said. And if they're looking for these kind of hybrid players who can help out wherever, and then you have good depth behind them to move them to their position, take Walker and move him, middle linebacker, edge, freaking nickel linebacker, nickel corner if you need to, he can do that. So I think the Jaguars, it's still an okay pick. For me, I would have preferred Hutchinson just because I think it's a little bit safer. And we'll see what happens come, September, what Walker is really made of. So do you think the slam dunk pick here for the Lions is to grab Aiden Hutchinson?
I think so. It makes the most sense in terms of what they should do from a Lions perspective, because they need a superstar. Okay, the Lions don't have a superstar. If you look at what they have on that roster, the one thing they're missing is that top-notch player. You know what I mean? They have players across the board, but none of them are like, oh my gosh,
Here we go. Is the pick Hutchinson?
I think it is.
With the second
I
pick
think so too.
in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Aiden Hutchinson, defensive end, Michigan.
Yeah, there's not really much of a surprise there. Congrats to the Aiden Hutchinson, who stays home playing in Michigan.
Aiden Hutchinson staying close
Yep.
to home.
As
What
expected.
a season it was. A magic carpet ride for Michigan. Hutchinson, the runner-up to Bryce Young for the Heisman, set the school single-season sack record with 14. First ever defensive player to be named MVP of the Big Ten championship game. Played 43 games for the Wolverines. You know about the family. His dad was a team captain and All-American for Bo Schembechler at Michigan. Now an emergency room doctor. America fell in love with this family, and now here he is. Exactly as expected. If he was still there at number 2 for the Lions, they would run that card.
Yeah, the Lions got that pick in very fast.
Yes, they did. They got it in quickly, and as expected, it was Aiden Hutchinson because they knew right along. I think that they knew that he was the best player in this draft, and if they got lucky enough to, have him slip to them, it was going to be a simple boom pick. So I like it, and it was actually something that I predicted in not our official mock drafts, but during our live mock draft that we did about a week or so ago. I went ahead and actually had him going there.
With who going number 1 overall?
I can't remember. I think it might have been Thibodeau, maybe, or Walker. I don't know.
I know that a lot of the front offices in the league preferred Walker and Hutchinson over Thibodeau, and occasionally, sometimes Jermaine Johnson over Thibodeau. So we'll see how far Thibodeau falls. I thought he would have gone here. I don't think he'll slip out of the top 10, but it's anybody's game right now for the Houston Texans. Any player in that room could hear their name called at this point for the Texans. Am I wrong?
literally anyone on the draft board could be the Texans' next pick. I know that you actually convinced me of this, but I'm starting to think I may have been wrong here in listening to you. But go ahead, tell everyone who
Yeah.
you think this pick should be and why.
I am banking off what head coach Lovie Smith has said about building up the defense and grabbing a guy like Sauce Gardner. Now, if you're unfamiliar with who he is, it's understandable. He played at Cincinnati, not necessarily a college football household program. However, he helped lead them to the college football playoffs as the first non-Power 5 school to make it to the college football playoffs. So he also hadn't allowed a touchdown his entire collegiate career, which is literally the craziest thing ever. That's an insane stat to me. All right. So if the Texans want help, they're gonna need a corner because they lost one in free agency. They need to replace one, and Gardner is the best one in this draft class. People make an argument for Stingley. However, Stingley really hasn't had a great season since 2019. He had dealt with a hernia injury. Very athletic kind of guy. But I think if you want to start building up your defense in the secondary, because if that's what Lovie Smith wants, you got to go with Sauce Gardner.
See, I went ahead and agreed with you in our official mock drafts. However, there's something that I kind of didn't realize and sort of forgot. Okay, I knew when I was putting Sauce Gardner in there at 3, it didn't feel right, and now I remember why.
You're gonna say that.
Okay, and it was simply because the love of Lovie Smith is, he's a defensive-minded coach, and I mentioned to you that maybe he believes that he can coach up defense because of that, and maybe he'll draft offense instead. However, I think that he will stick on the defensive side. I think you were right about that. But the thing that I think he's going to go after is an edge rusher, because Lovie Smith absolutely loves his pass rushers. If you look at every team that he has coached throughout his tendency, one of their top picks has always been edge rusher. All right. And they've always had top-notch pass rushers, whether it be, really any team that he was on, they always had a good pass rush. Okay. That was one of their staples. And that is why I think maybe, believe it or not, the Texans could go edge rusher here and maybe go Thibodeaux, or if they want to go ahead and reach down the barrel a little bit and get someone else. But I think Thibodeaux could be the pick here at 3, believe it or not, instead of Sauce Gardner, just to throw a little bit of a different name out there. And of course, they also could go tackle too.
I know a lot of people really like Neal here in this spot, which makes sense. He can play opposite of Tunsil and really help Davis Mills up there. But I think defense has to be the move. They were just dreadful in that part of the game last year. So, Taylor, the pick is in. Haven't seen Goodell yet. Maybe he's coming up now. So we're going to listen in to the 3rd overall pick
in this draft.
With the 3rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Derek Stingley Jr., defensive back, LSU.
Wow.
And so on an unpredictable night, we have our first big surprise. There was a moment in time where it looked like this might be the best player in the country.
They did go corner, yes.
Years ago. He was a high school superstar, state player of the year as a senior.
Wow. I did not expect Stingley to go this
national
high.
title team.
He
looked every bit the number 1 overall.
Would you consider this a reach?
Oh gosh, I don't know, because if you look at honestly, maybe a little bit, just simply because he hasn't been phenomenal. You know what I mean? Obviously with injuries and whatnot, like ever since like 2019, he had that great season, but he hasn't been at an ungodly level, after that.
Maybe this is just showing that the Texans and maybe other teams trust his health now. Because they're young kids and these athletes are recovering from injuries at record speeds. So perhaps, they saw enough from his tape to where he's like, okay, even if we can get 12 games his rookie season, this is going to be an improvement from what we had last year. He athletically could be the best corner in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense for them to go corner because right now that their number one corner is Desmond King, who hasn't been phenomenal. And then on top of that, they really only have one other viable corner, and that is Steven Nelson. And he plays on the inside as like a slot guy. So they needed a number one corner who could play outside. And I think that it makes sense for them to go here. Interesting pick. I didn't expect it. I was really hoping he might fall to the Vikings at 12.
Yeah,
but,
I know you and I both had him there, but that could change a lot. The Jets have, I think, a lot of options here. Their hand is not going to be forced with this pick now, because I think the Texans, yes, ended up reaching for this pick, but who knows? Who knows? I originally had the Jets here getting Trayvon Walker. Not going to happen anymore. I still think they might go edge rusher, so I think Thibodeaux is in play, but they might wait on edge rusher now and take one at 10. So if it's not edge rusher, what do you think it could be?
Well, believe it or not, I was sitting here thinking about it, and I actually have my guy who I initially had mocked to them still on the board, and that is Kyle Hamilton, the safety. So one of the big reasons I had Hamilton going to them is I think it's a good fit. So everyone talks about how Marcus May left the building, and people say, well, they brought in Jordan Whitehead. That is true. However, Jordan Whitehead is a strong safety. He's a hard-hitting safety, whereas Kyle Hamilton is the opposite. He is a fast safety. He's an athletic guy who's a ball hawk. He can go after, make the tackle, come up and make the tackle. I think that he's a perfect free safety because obviously they have Ashton Davis, but I don't necessarily think they think he's the answer per se. And so right now, I think that he is a perfect complement, and he also could play corner, I believe. He's got 4.3 speed, Hamilton that is, and I think that he's someone who could easily transfer to maybe corner if they needed him to. And that's one thing that is interesting to me. However, with a player in Sauce Gardner still on the board, I think that's somewhere they could easily go because right now they have Bryce Hall as the number one corner, essentially. They obviously brought in DJ Reed, who can play corner. And then other than that, they don't have another guy. So they do need a third corner. The question is, do they go ahead and take the corner, the actual corner in Sauce Gardner, or do they go safety who can transfer to corner and, play both positions? I don't know. I think it's either going to be one of those two guys in my mind. I don't think that they go anywhere else. What do you think, Parker?
They better go defense here. That's all I can say, because their defense was just horrible to watch. And Hamilton's a good pick. He might be the best defensive player in the draft because of his ranginess. He's got a high football IQ. I kind of really like the guy, and I think a team could trade up to take him. If he happens to slip past the Jets here. But Hamilton's a good pick. I think anything in the secondary would really help. They do need to replace Marcus May, and I actually have Hamilton as the pick to the Jets at 10. So, if they pick him here at 4, I'll kind of get half of the pick, right? So I'll take it. But if I were to pick one player that goes here, oh gosh, I might have to stick with Gardner here. I think he is an elite type of player who can go this high. So it's Gardner for me.
Yeah, and it kind of makes sense because they don't necessarily need an edge rusher. I mean, they run a 4-3 out there in New York. So the big thing for them is they kind of already have their 4 guys. Actually, Quentin Williams, great defensive tackle. They also still have Sheldon Rankins. They also have Carl Lawson, who they recently signed a year or two ago. And they still have John Franklin Myers, who is slowly becoming a really good defensive tackle who can also play, or defensive end who can also play tackle. So what's interesting to me is that they don't necessarily need an edge rusher. So, Thibodeaux and those edge guys don't make sense here. So I think it's going to be a defensive back.
Yeah, defensive back is the move here for sure. The Jets have had a lot of headaches in the NFL draft over the years. Let's hope they can right some of their wrongs here and start building a team that can end up taking over that division because, let's be honest, it's a good division.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I think that one thing that people forget is the Jets, yeah, their team was overall was pretty bad last year, but more than anything, their secondary was horrendous. Probably one of the worst secondaries in the NFL last season. So they desperately need help on that side of the ball, especially considering the fact they lost one of their best players in Marcus May. So someone needs to come in and rejuvenate that, bring back the Revis Island days.
More connected to that 10th pick, which will be about an hour away.
Alrighty, here we are with the New York Jets' 4th overall selection.
With the 4th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Sauce Gardner, defensive back, Cincinnati.
I like to announce him as Sauce.
And
That's
so
cool.
the corners go off the board first.
Well, it's a defensive-heavy draft for now. Last year, it was all offense.
Consensus All-American
So,
did not allow more than 13
Tail,
yards
the
to any
tape's
receiver.
saying that defense wins championships in this draft. So Ahmad Sauce Gardner is the pick here. Finally, I get half of a pick right, if you will. It's been interesting. I'm sure I'm in the boat with the same plenty of other people where no one knows what's going on in this draft. But Gardner, what I really like about him is his size. He's 6'3", which you don't see for a corner a whole lot. He's still under 200 pounds, but I think he's got athleticism to keep up with the speedy receivers. You got Tyreek Hill in this division now. You have Jalen Waddle on the Dolphins as well. You have Stephon Diggs. You have problem receivers in this division. And the Jets realize that if they can't cover, they're going to lose by 30 points a game. So, to me...
You mean they weren't already doing that?
Well, okay, 50 points a game. But I really like Gardner. He was my top-rated corner in this draft class. Taylor, what do you make of the pick?
I think it was a perfect pick for the Jets. They desperately needed help in the secondary. And I think that Sauce Gardner, I don't think they expected him to fall necessarily. So I think that it was kind of like a win for them in a sense. So I think it was a perfect pick. I think he could be one of, if not the best defensive back in this draft, 10 years down the line. So I think that he's a perfect fit, and he might be the next version of Revis Island out there in New York. I know many New York fans have been desperately needing, some help on that defensive side of the ball ever since those Darrelle Revis days. So I think that Gardner could provide that for that team.
His stats last year were just incredible. The longest reception he allowed, as you can see on the screen here, was 13 yards, which he's not going to repeat that in the NFL. However, Revis Island was built around just killing good receivers with coverage and this lockdown ability. And when you want to lock down or shut down corner, you have to get a guy who can cover all types of receivers. And I think that's what Gardner is capable of. So the Jets, this is a great pick for them. They're off to a really good start in this draft now. I think a bad pick there would have been a guy like Jermaine Johnson that they would have been reaching for at this point, because we're seeing Thibodeau start to drop.
Yeah, I think that this is an interesting start to the draft. The Jets, for the first time in many, many moons, I feel like the Jets have a good start to an NFL draft.
I don't think Zach Wilson was a great pick last year, at least yet. However, a couple years ago with Becton, I think that was a very good pick. He just has to get his head back in the game, and he'll be fine. And I think with sort of an infusion of talent on that team, that'll help Becton's case. So, excuse me, Taylor, we're going to move to the other New York team. The Giants are on the clock, and they have a lot of business to do.
Yeah, the Giants probably have a tough decision to make here, because if you look at, who's on the draft board, I don't think a lot of people expected, all these people or all these players to go when they have. So I think that the Giants have a lot of talent right now that they need, and a lot of talent that is actually obviously on the draft board right now. So at the end of the day, the question is, where do they go with this? I think that we both agreed with this pick. I think it was one of the first ones that we both agreed on throughout this draft process. And it was actually Evan Neal. They desperately need offensive line help. If you can't keep your quarterback upright in the NFL, then there's literally no chance Okay. You look at last season, why did the Bengals lose the Super Bowl? They didn't have an offensive line.
Joe
that
Burrow was
good enough.
playing from the ground.
Yeah. And so I think that at the end of the day, the Giants desperately need help to keep, whoever the franchise quarterback is, okay, whether it be Daniel Jones, whether it be, whoever it is in the future, they need a tackle. I think Evan Neal is the pick here. So at the end of the day, I don't know where else they would go other than tackle, because they have 2 first-round picks, meaning they could get one of these defensive players with the next selection if they feel like that is a viable option. But right now, the Giants are probably the worst, might be one of, if not the worst offensive lines in football. I really do believe that, because obviously Andrew Thomas, who hasn't really worked out, is currently their left tackle. They have a player in Matt Gano who used to play for, if I'm not mistaken, he is a younger player, but he's.
I literally have no idea who Matt Gano is.
He's
so
been a
that tells
backup,
you, that should tell you a lot.
And so he's currently slotted to start for their team at that right tackle position, because they lost Nate Solder, who was their right tackle. Not very good, mind you, but it got even worse. So I think that, they desperately need help. Tackle is the only option right here, because you're not going to take a guard at this position in the draft. So tackle is the pick. The question is which tackle. I think it's going to be Evan Neal.
I do as well. And let's go into Commissioner Goodell.
The commissioner, as they make their way out to name the Giants selection at number 5 in this year's draft. Here's the commissioner.
For the New York Giants pick, I'm joined by Sam Prince, a lifelong Giants fan and Make-A-Wish kid.
Great moments here at the NFL draft.
Sam
Don't
is
disappoint
post-heart
Sam.
transplant and feeling stronger than ever, as you can see. Tonight, his wish to announce the Giants' first pick comes true. We hope this wish will be a turning point for Sam as he looks forward to being a sports broadcaster in the future. Okay, Sam, it's time to get your wish true, baby.
Thank you, Mr. Goodell. With the 5th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Kayvon Thibodeau, defensive end, Oregon.
You're messing it up. You're messing
A spectacular
it up.
moment for that young man, and a spectacular moment
Why?
for this young man.
Why?
Thibodeau, the number 1 rated recruit
Bad
in the country
teams
out
stay
of Los
bad.
Angeles. Had only
Yes.
half the number of sacks,
And that is exactly what the Giants are doing with this selection.
In the country was a
Man,
unanimous selection as an All-American.
that grinds my
this past year,
gears
twice
because,
All-Conference first team. Finished
they
his
have
career
much
further
more
with
pressing
19
needs.
sacks in 32
No, I know they
games
have
for the
pick number
Ducks.
7.
Greeny, you talk about the
So
number
they can
1 player
salvage
since high
a
school.
little
When
bit.
they build you up,
However,
they want to tear you down, Greeny. And since then, since his freshman year at
they
Oregon,
didn't
all
need-
they've
I
done
don't-
is try to
I'm
tear
at
this
a
young
loss
man
for
down.
words right
Simply
now,
put,
I'm
Greeny,
pretty heated.
he's got the
We got
quickest
5
first
picks in, and I
step
want to throw
in the draft. If you're looking for a
baseball
guy
through a
that
window.
can move. We call that twitchiness. I believe that's the term for it. Watch
Yeah,
the
I
first
think
step.
that
He's
go ahead
gone. He
and
beats
mute the
the
draft
offensive
here for a
tackle.
second. I think that at the end of the day, this was a terrible selection for the Giants, because you look at, first off, they run a 3-4 out there, and what that means exactly is the fact that they don't necessarily have a lot of defensive ends that are playing, and edge rushers. They already have a couple. Okay, so they have Leonard Williams, obviously. They have Dexter Lawrence as a nose tackle, and Leonard Williams can play both defensive end and defensive tackle. Okay, and then you also throw out the fact they have Justin Ellis as like a backup guy, and then as in terms of edge rushers, they have Azeez Ojulari, who was their 2nd round pick last year.
Yeah.
And I think he could be a good player for him. So I just don't understand. It wasn't a pressing need for them. So for me, I think that was a terrible decision for them to go out there and draft a defensive player. And they also have Quincy Roche, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Yep.
So they have these young players. Why are you going to go out and get another guy when you're just going to leave your quarterback out there to die? That's what they're saying. They are saying we do not care that Daniel Jones or whoever plays quarterback for them in the future is going to stay upright. We don't care. That's what they're essentially saying. I think as if you are a Giants fan right now, you should be outraged. You should be rioting in the streets, okay, over this pick because it is a terrible decision. Yes, Thibodeau, fell a little bit and has a chance to be a good player, but at the same time, I don't think that was the right move.
He's not going to block for Saquon Barkley.
No, he's not. And I think that's exactly why Saquon, I've heard some whispers that Saquon wants out. And
if I were Saquon, I would want out too. Your organization has failed you over and over again. Now, they tried with Andrew Thomas. They tried. It failed. You had Jedrick Wills, Tristan Wirfs, Mekhi Becton on the board, and Andrew Thomas, and you somehow managed to take the worst one of them all. I don't get it. This is over and over again. The Dave Gettleman just ruining this organization. And I know this wasn't Brian Daboll's input.
What I don't understand is, Dave Gettleman, they got rid of Gettleman. Finally, they got him out of the building. Okay.
Oh, his influences are still there.
And so I thought that this was going to be the change that the Giants needed. They were finally going to start drafting, correctly as right. Most NFL teams should. And that's just not the case. It's disappointing right. If you're a Giants fan, and I feel bad. But let's move on to pick number 6 here, the Carolina Panthers.
I'm gonna butt in real quick. We do have a question from Kevin on Facebook. Who do you think the Steelers will take? Well, as the resident Steelers fan here for Fantasy Football in 5, I have my official mock has him taking Kenny Pickett, the quarterback from Pitt. My unofficials, I've had Devontae Wyatt in there, the defensive tackle from Georgia. And for me, if those two guys are on the board, I think Pickett's the move for them. However, I wouldn't be complaining about Devontae Wyatt either. We don't know what's going to go on with Stephon Tuitt this year. And Cam Hayward is in his 10th or 11th season now. Obviously a great player and probably a future Hall of Famer. However, he's not going to be around for much longer. And by the time Wyatt's rookie contract will be up, you won't have to worry about giving Hayward another deal because he'll be, pretty much retired by then. So I think Wyatt is a really good move. But if I want to be greedy, sure, Malik Willis. But I think it's either going to be Kenny Pickett or Devontae Wyatt. Taylor, what are you thinking?
I actually had a different outlook on this. When I looked at the Steelers last season, I got to see him play. Obviously, we went to the Vikings and Steelers game in Minneapolis, and I got to see him play. And at the end of the day, the biggest glaring need that I saw from that Steelers team, believe it or not, was not quarterback. It wasn't. Now, I know everyone, talks about how Big Ben's arm wasn't there last year, and now he's not in the building, but they have a stopgap in Trubisky if they need to. And I think that the offensive line absolutely was horrendous last year. It was terrible. And it was the sole reason, I still say it was the sole reason why that team did not make the playoffs. I think that offensive line cost them a shot at a Super Bowl. And at the end of the day, it's disappointing because, they had a good offensive line for a very long time. And right now they just blew it up all in one offseason, which was absolutely mind-boggling to me. And then on top of that, there are some decent offensive linemen in this draft. So I actually had them at number 20, assuming they stay at 20, drafting Trevor Penning from Northern Iowa in our official mock draft. I think that he is a person who makes sense for the Steelers, and at the end of the day could be a good matchup to play left tackle if they need him to.
All right, Kevin, thank you for your question. Great question. And we are here at the Carolina Panthers selection now. And is it quarterback time? Is it always time for an offensive player in this draft?
I don't know. It's a good question because I know that in our mock drafts, we both had them taking a quarterback. I think it says a lot in terms of what they think of Sam Darnold and that organization's thoughts on just the way that they are right now, because they went all in on Deshaun Watson and lost. So I think that at this point, kind of like the Browns who went all in on Deshaun Watson and then supposedly lost before they actually nailed him, it angered their quarterback. How do you think
Mhm.
Sam Darnold feels right now? Okay. And so I think
Sam Darnold's angry playing is not going to be the same as Aaron Rodgers angry playing.
no. And so I think that at the end of the day, one of these quarterbacks, whether it be you had Malik Willis, I think going
Yes, I
there.
did.
I had Kenny Pickett going here, and I think that for me, they did the whole running quarterback thing with Cam Newton, and it didn't get him a Super Bowl. It didn't. It got him to a Super Bowl, but they weren't able to capitalize on that. And so I think that at the end of the day, I really do believe that they're going to go a different route. They're going to go with the guy who can throw the football. They know has all the intangibles for a quarterback. They're going to try and go with Kenny Pickett here. And Pickett can run, he has the ability to. It's just not necessarily what he relies on. And I think they're going to go ahead and go that route instead of the running quarterback. What do you think, Parker?
There's rumors that the Panthers like Pickett a little bit more than Willis. If they're true, then maybe Pick is the pick here. However, I think the Panthers need a new brand of football. So I think a quarterback is the move because Sam Darnold isn't it. But we're going to tune into the draft here. Let's see if we can get an offensive player finally.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Ikem Ekwonu, tackle, North Carolina State.
Okay, so not a quarterback, but we do have our first offensive player off the boards, and that's Ikem Ekwonu, the just mammoth of a offensive tackle from North Carolina State. This guy is a mauler. He has the highest run grade of any of the incoming tackles in this draft class. He just bullies people on the line, big physical type of player, and maybe this tells you that the Panthers don't trust the quarterbacks in this draft class as much as they trust Sam Darnold for another season.
I think it's more than that. I think that at the end of the day, I don't hate the pick for the Carolina Panthers. I think it might be a situation where the Panthers believe they can get a guy in the second or third round and, throw him in instead of, wasting a top draft pick. Whereas now that they have a situation where I don't think that this was a bad pick. And let me tell you why. So obviously, if you look at the tackles who are currently on the roster, they have Taylor Moton, who's been pretty good for them, but he plays right tackle. Okay, so you look at the left tackle position, they don't have anyone. They got Cameron Irving, who, let's just say he's not a starting caliber tackle at this point. So what that means is they needed a tackle. I just didn't expect him to take it here at 6. So, I mean, good selection for them. It was still a position of need. It gets that offense better, and it gives someone an extra blocker to Christian McCaffrey, who is their franchise player out there. Makes a lot of sense. So I don't hate the pick. I think it was a good selection for the Carolina Panthers. If you're a Panthers fan, you might be a little upset, but just wait to see what they do on day 2 with that second round selection, because I think that is somewhere that they could go quarterback.
It's also not out of the range of possibilities for a team like the Panthers to trade back into the first round. If they are willing to lose some draft capital, you pair Ekwonu with a quarterback, and boom, your franchise is trending upwards, if you will. So that could be a move for the Panthers for something later in the draft. Could teams trade back to the later picks like a Packers or a Chiefs or a Lions pick, because they have 2 of them, to draft a guy like Matt Corral and Desmond Ridder. Or maybe if they like Sam Howell a little bit more, maybe they could go that route. However, the Giants are back on the clock here. How can they right their wrongs from the 5th overall pick?
Well, one of the tackles is still available. It was the one who I had mocked to them at 5. And if they don't go tackle here and you're a Giants fan, I would start burning jerseys and just getting rid of your Giants fandom, because at that point they're saying to the fans that we don't care about our team. We don't care about our quarterback. We just don't care. Okay. And I think that's what they're going to say here if they don't draft a tackle. So I think the Giants desperately needed to draft a tackle here. It's the only thing that makes sense. I'm going to say it's Evan Neal. What do you think?
Well, I certainly hope it's Evan Neal, simply for the fact that I have a lot of stock in Saquon Barkley. I might be one of Saquon's biggest supporters, just because I think he is, when healthy, the best running back in the league. So there's a lot of good players available. Obviously, the Giants have needs on both sides of the football, but a tackle here. I don't care who they take a tackle. You got to take somebody. I would like it to be Evan Neal, but at this point, I can't trust the Giants to do anything.
If it's not Evan Neal, where is the next position that they could draft that would make any sort of sense?
God. They don't need safeties. They have good young safeties in Julian Love and the other guy whose name I'm forgetting at this point.
Xavier
in time.
McKinney.
Xavier, yes, thank you. They shouldn't go receiver here because they're receivers later in the draft. To me, tackle is the only logical spot. They could use a linebacker, but it's too early in the draft. So let's go back to Goodell in Las Vegas for the 7th overall pick.
Right tackle crosses the left tackle on an offense that never ran the ball the fewest of anybody in college football. So it's Cross or Neal, in my opinion. I have Cross at 12, Neal a little higher, like them both.
So the offensive tackles are sitting there for the Giants.
I thought Ekwonu would be here, and I also thought at the 5th overall pick, I think the Giants could take 2 tackles here. That was in my official mock. But here's Goodell.
With the 7th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Evan Neal, tackle, Alabama.
Yeah, they sort of resurrected themselves here
happy, and they should
with Evan
Neal.
Neal
Started 40 games at 3 different positions at Bama.
Yeah, and many people regard Neal as the best lineman in this draft class. So a good pick. I originally had them going to the Giants at 5, as did you, Taylor. So a little bit of a sort of affirmation in our picks there, if you will. So what do you like about it?
At least they were able to get a tackle. So what that probably means for the situation is I think he probably plays I don't know, he could play left tackle or right tackle for them. The question is if they throw him at left tackle, are they going to push Andrew Thomas over to right tackle? I think that's probably the most likely situation because Andrew Thomas up to this point has not succeeded as a left tackle in the NFL. I think that there's a chance that he might be a little bit better on the right side. So I think that's probably the route that they should go. Evan Neal makes a lot of sense for them as for the reasons we already talked about. But on top of that, with a running game is something that's going to benefit from this as well, because they desperately needed a person to help out across that offensive line. Because Saquon is the amount of runs that Saquon's has had that have been either 0 yards or, negative over the last season or two is absolutely ridiculous. Okay. He leads the NFL in negative rush yards. Okay. And it is not his fault. There'll be situations where Saquon is literally just receiving the football in his hands from the handoff, and there's already a guy who is there. I saw recently a play where Saquon, he got the football, and before he even got the football, he was already starting his spin motion because there was already someone who was trying to tackle him. Okay, it was absolutely terrible. I think that it just shows you how bad that offensive line out there is. And I think that if they can fix the situation, which, maybe Evan Neal is a good start on that, all of a sudden, maybe Saquon can come back and actually be a viable option for this offense.
There's a lot riding on this offense too, because Daniel Jones was declined his 5th-year option today. So the Giants, it's a make or break year for Daniel Jones. And truthfully, it could be a make or break deal for the Giants as an organization before they are looking for a new franchise quarterback and maybe just start rebuilding again. I think Brian Daboll was a really solid move to bring in as a coach from Buffalo. And truth be told, Evan Neal was the best possible selection they could have made at this pick. But we're going to jump gears and talk about the Atlanta Falcons as they are on the clock here, and they themselves could use a quarterback as Marcus Mariota is currently their quarterback. However, I have them taking Garrett Wilson here as the first receiver off the board, the electrifying, speedy receiver from Ohio State. because the Falcons need playmakers and they need them bad.
I recently thought a little bit about the fact that, you know, the Falcons could be one of those teams that could trade. I think they are probably one of the first teams that make a lot of sense to possibly trade this pick. But if they
Interesting.
do not do that, okay, and they hold on to this pick, they do need a lot of help across both sides of the football. But there's one position that I think that makes just the most sense for them if they were to keep this 8th overall pick, and that is the quarterback position. Because, Marcus Mariota, he's not the answer. And I think that at the end of the day, they traded away Matt Ryan, their franchise guy. They need something to revitalize this offense. And so I think that at the end of the day, it's going to be Malik Willis. Makes the most sense. He's a running guy. We've seen them draft those types of quarterbacks before. Michael Vick. I'm sure he's someone that some people have heard of.
And then Matt Ryan was a polar opposite. But
exactly.
So
and
you're seeing it right here with the pass catchers. They were bad last year. And, now without Calvin Ridley, because he's suspended, you're left with Olamide Zaccheaus and Frank Darby, who has 0 career catches. So we're going to go to the draft now. You think it could be a quarterback? I'm assuming Malik Willis.
Yeah, I think Malik Willis makes sense here just because Willis is the guy who, could revitalize this Falcons offense. And even if they don't necessarily have the amount of playmakers,
They could look in almost any
he's on his
direction.
own.
Yeah, they sure could. Look, they've been one of the worst
I think it's going to be Garrett
teams in
Wilson.
the NFL, but they are devoid of talent at wide receiver. It's got to be one of those two spots. No doubt. Wide receiver, you talk about Garrett Wilson. At defensive end, we could go Jermaine Johnson. One of those two bring out.
We're going to find out right now. Here's Roger Goodell for the 8th pick.
With the 8th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Drake London, wide receiver, USC.
Interesting.
Wow.
What an
You went.
athlete this young man is.
I don't
6'5" out of the LA area.
This is a good
Indian
pick.
balls in 8 games last year before
I'm
he
not
broke his
in
ankle
love with
missed
it
the
right
rest of
now.
the season.
But I think they went on the correct side of the ball with this pick.
Yeah, they went on the right side of the ball. I think that they did make a good selection in terms of getting a wide receiver. You mentioned they don't have anyone. Their number one receiver right now is going to be Auden Tate, I believe.
Yeah, they did bring
never-
consistency.
who never even played in Cincinnati. So I think that this is a good selection in terms of what they needed. But the question for me is, did they draft him too high? And who's going to be throwing him the football? I don't think Marcus Mariota is necessarily the guy.
Well, I don't know. London was not high on my receiver board, even though I had him going selected higher than Treylon Burks. I don't like London as much as some of these other receivers. So, the first guy off the board happens to be London. He's 6'4", 6'5", just a big body receiver, got a big catch radius, as you're seeing in his highlight reel here. But there's a lot to be desired about his route running. And if he can't get open, whoever's throwing him the football isn't going to throw him the football. So, interesting pick here, to be honest. I'm not in love with it, but I think it's an okay selection. And Taylor, we have a question coming into us from Jimmy here on Facebook. Do y'all think Hamilton, I'm assuming Kyle Hamilton, is still available at pick 13 for his, I'm assuming, Houston Texans?
Oh my, I think that I don't think so. I don't think he slips past the Jets at 10. I don't. I think that if the Jets didn't take him with 4, they're going to take him at 10. And so I think Kyle Hamilton is probably going to be off the board. And if not there, believe it or not, I think that there could be a couple other spots before, the Texans have a chance at 13 to even snag him that he could go. Just because of the athletic profile, the ability that he has in terms of the speed. He's a versatile player is the big thing. So I think Kyle Hamilton could end up, going off the board within the top 10 easily and, probably before 13. Unfortunately, I'm assuming you're asking this. If you're a Texans fan, it's because you guys recently lost Justin Reed
to the Chiefs.
You're right. And so, the question for me is, I don't think necessarily that the Texans should go safety with their pick there. I think they have a lot of other pressing needs that every position is a pressing need for them,
Yes.
at this point.
Yes.
But
Yes.
I don't think safety is a playmaking position, if that makes sense. I don't think that it's a position that puts you over the edge, whereas some of these other ones can be. So I think that the best move for them is to not go safety if they decide to have him on the board. Let's say he's on the board there. I just don't think it's the right move.
Yeah, I agree. I think a better playmaker for the Texans would be a guy like Jordan Davis. He is the big defensive tackle from Georgia, has the ability to just absolutely wreck the run game. And, with running backs in that division like Derrick Henry and Jonathan Taylor, it's certainly not going to help to grab a guy who's going to plug up the middle of your defense for 10 years. If Davis and Hamilton are gone, I think you can look at assisting the offensive line, because maybe a guy like Charles Cross is still available, or maybe you can slide back in the draft a little bit and grab a guy like Trevor Penning. However, I don't think Hamilton is available at 13, along with Taylor. I just don't see it. I wish for your case it was. I wish he was still available for you, but I just don't see it. Andre, welcome to the stream. Andre is asking, Steelers for Pickett. I believe so. I had him in my official mock going to the Steelers right at 20. I don't think they move up to take him. I think the Steelers' best option is to let Kenny Pickett fall, or whoever their desired player is to fall to them. Let the other teams make the tough selections and let yours be easy. However, this is the last draft for GM Kevin Colbert. He could be looking to go out with a bang and make a move for the next franchise quarterback. Yes, we signed Trubisky. However, we in Pittsburgh know he's not the answer. Could he be a placeholder this year if they don't grab a quarterback? Absolutely. And I think he's going to do a good job in whatever his role is this year. I would like Kenny Pickett. Downside, he's old for a rookie. He's 24. But we did draft a 23-year-old Najee Harris last year. So I don't think the Steelers are really concerned about the age. One thing you have to look at is, did he peak his senior year at Pitt? Because before last season, when he threw 42 touchdowns, his other 3 seasons combined, he only threw 39 touchdowns at Pitt. So not great numbers, really. However, I think Pickett is going to be a good selection for whatever team takes him. And if he could stay in Pittsburgh and have successes on the same field as to what he did in college ball, I think is a slam dunk pick for both teams. Taylor, what do you make? Andre is asking if the Steelers might take Kenny Pickett.
That could be an option at number 20 because they do need a quarterback. I just don't think that is what makes them the best for this upcoming season and moving forward. I think that the better option for the Steelers, unless he falls out of the first round, then maybe, but I don't see that happening. I think the better option for the Steelers is to go ahead and see if they can draft a guy next season, roll with Trubisky because he's on a cheap contract, and get an offensive lineman in this draft because they need offensive linemen desperately. Someone's going to fall to them. The question is just which offensive lineman it is, whether it be a guy like Charles Cross, whether it be someone like Zion Johnson, yeah, or Trevor Penning, who I have mocked to them. I think all of these could be viable options. They need help across the entire offensive line at this point. They did bring in a couple of guys. They brought in a guard in James Daniels, who's a very good player, but I just think that the tackle is probably the option for them over Kenny Pickett. Could he go there? I think that it's a possibility. The question is, how much do they value quarterback as a need? That's the real question.
I think quarterback sits as like a 1B type of need. Taylor, we have, after the Seahawks, we have a Vikings question for you from Charles. So we'll get to that in a minute. However, the Seahawks are on the board here, so we got to talk about them. They are here because of Russell Wilson's injury last year, costing them several wins. And they could use help wherever they go. Now, the pick at 9, they could go, like I said, they could go anywhere. They need help on the defensive front. They could use an edge rusher. They could use a corner. They could use linemen. Where do you think they go here?
Well, My person, it was Trayvon Walker. He's off the board. So I think at the end of the day, it's going to be a corner.
It's the beginning of
I
a new
really
era
believe
for the Seahawks, and here's their
All
first
right. I
selection
forgot who I
of
sent
this
to them,
year's
so
draft.
I'll have to go and double check that.
With the 9th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Charles Cross, tackle, Mississippi State.
It is Charles Cross, who I did have
And so the three big
mocked
tackles
to them
go in
in
the
my
first
official
9
mock. So I
picks.
get
Cross
one
started
pick
more than 20
absolutely
games
correct
at left tackle in
tonight.
his career, allowed just
Very
1
happy
sack
about this.
this
Charles
past year as a
Cross
redshirt sophomore
is the
on a
pick
Mike
here at
Leach
9.
team that
Great
threw
selection
over
in my
700
mind for the Seahawks because they desperately need to retool that offensive line.
Isn't it ironic that the entire time, okay, that Russell Wilson was there, everyone, including himself, all that he wanted was offensive linemen. Please get me offensive linemen, he said. And they never do. But the second that he leaves the building, all of a sudden they draft an offensive lineman.
You know, I think the Seahawks truly did Russell Wilson dirty after how do I want to put this? I think when they drafted DK Metcalf a couple years ago, no, great pick, albeit. I think that's when they started going the wrong direction for Russell Wilson's future because he was one of the most, if not the most sacked quarterbacks during his time in Seattle. And I don't think he was afraid of being traded to a team who would protect him. So good pick here for the Seahawks because they grab their staple left tackle to protect whoever is going to throw the football next year. Right now, it's Drew Lock. So I think it's a good pick. The Jets are back on the clock here. And Taylor, we're going to get to this question about Charles, and then Kevin has another question for us. So Charles asks, who you got taken at 12 for the Minnesota Vikings?
Well, unfortunately, my pick in my official mock is already off the board. Went at 3, and Derek Stingley. I was really hoping he was going to fall down there. But that was not the case. I do still think that they go ahead and draft a cornerback. That's what I want. However, the question is who? I've heard a lot of people talk about Trent McDuffie actually at number 12. I think that could be a pick that they go. However, another position and a position where they might end up doing this depending on how they view their team. And it is actually Jordan Davis. I've had a lot of people talk about Jordan Davis as one of the most athletic guys in this draft for his size. And the Vikings, the entire time over the last 10 seasons or so, they love drafting their defensive linemen, especially defensive tackles. And I think that's one thing that you have to look at is, draft history. My question is, will they still have that type of history with Mike Zimmer and company, Rick Spielman, Mike Zimmer out the building? Do they still go that route? I think they still could, just because Jordan Davis is such an impactful player when he's on the football field. I think that could be the route. I hope it's a corner, however. But at the same time, at 12, I feel like it's going to be a little bit of a reach for no matter who they get, if it's assuming it's a corner, that is. So I think Jordan Davis could be the pick if it's not a cornerback.
Yeah, I like that a lot. It's funny that we've had a question designed for both of us tonight, but I think the Vikings have some defensive needs to take care of. Offensively, you have studs and Dalvin Cook, Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen, Kirk Cousins. Could the offensive line be addressed at all, Taylor, or is that something that's going to be reserved for later picks?
Believe it or not, the offensive line was actually, for the first time in many, many seasons, was actually pretty good for Kirk Cousins last year. And it took a long time to get it to that point. But I think that the Vikings have finally figured a way to move forward. And I do think they could draft some offensive linemen later in the draft, but I don't think it's where they go with their first pick. Because they obviously drafted their left tackle of the future last season with Christian Darrisaw. They still have Garrett Bradbury there. They have Brian O'Neill, who's a staple at the other tackle position. Ezra Cleveland's still there. They have all sorts of guys. Really, the only position that they don't necessarily have an answer for is the right guard position. But I don't necessarily think they go guard with this 12th overall selection. It doesn't make sense to me. They could, though, and if they do go guard him, I think it could be Zion Johnson. And if it's not Zion Johnson, I think,
Too early for Kenyon Green.
yeah, it's too early for Green. So I think Johnson kind of makes the most sense there if they go that route.
All right, Taylor. Well, the Jets are back on the clock, and the pick is in. So we're going to go to Commissioner Goodell for the second New York Jets pick tonight.
Much trade speculation around the Jets. The name Deebo Samuel has been kicked about. This was the pick.
Taylor, who do you think the Jets go with here? My
It has not
hunch.
gone that way. The Jets have made the pick.
Kyle
and here it
Hamilton.
comes from the commissioner.
I think you were right. It's going to be
With the
Hamilton.
10th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Garrett Wilson,
Yes.
wide
Nice.
receiver, Ohio
I know
State.
you got it.
Yes, I did. That's the guy
Garrett
who I had.
Wilson was born to be a
mocked to
Buckeye.
the New York
Literally, he
Jets
was
at
born in
number
Columbus,
10.
Ohio, before his family.
That's the guy who I had mocked to them at number 10. It made the most sense because if you look at what the Jets were doing this offseason, they were going out there, they were trying to get Tyreek Hill. Obviously, everyone heard about it. You know, they lost the whole Tyreek Hill trade to the Miami Dolphins instead. And so that meant that they were going after a receiver. The question was just, you know, which receiver were they going to try to go out there and get? And right now it is obviously going to be probably the top receiver in the draft in Garrett Wilson. And it made sense because they had two selections in the top 10. They went ahead with that first selection and went defense, went secondary. So I thought there could be a chance with Kyle Hamilton still going because they desperately need, you know, defensive help. However, it was interesting to me because if you look at what this offense has right now in terms of playmakers, they still have Corey Davis out there, Elijah Moore, who seemed to be playing well last season, and then Braxton Berrios, who they re-signed to go ahead and be their slot receiver. They all are still there. So what's interesting to me is they felt the need to go out and get another receiver. I think it's a good move because Corey Davis probably isn't the answer long-term, and he's going to be out of the building sooner rather than later. So he's a perfect plug and play guy over Corey Davis. I think it's a good pick for them. Nice selection.
All right, Taylor, we're going to do one of our mini games now. We're going to jump into Weddle, the NFL version of Wordle, as we await the Washington Commanders' first ever selection. So I will explain it real quick while you pull it up for us. So Weddle is the NFL's version of Wordle. You get a hard version and an easy version each day, but they have most recently, released their unlimited version. So you can have as many players as you want. Taylor, give us your theories behind how you use your first overall guess.
Yeah, so you're trying to figure out what NFL player they're describing here. I like to go ahead and go on one of the spectrums, whether it be an older or a younger player. So it gives you a better guess as to where to go. My first player that I always like to go with usually is Adam Thielen because he's 31 years old. So it makes a lot of sense to go ahead and pick Adam Thielen because you'll be able to know whether the player is, you know, older than 31. That automatically cuts out most of the league. However, in this case, it's not even an offensive player because you see how it's gray across the board. What that means is none of those things are correct. None of them are even remotely correct. So it is, since the position is gray, what that means is it's going to be a defensive player, and it's going to be on the AFC since none of these are green or yellow. So what that means is an AFC defensive player who is, you know, younger than 31 years old. Go ahead, Parker, and name an AFC defensive player.
Well, before I do this, Taylor, we're going to jump back to the draft real quick because we do have a trade to announce. The Saints are now on the clock as they have traded up to pick 11. I'm taking over the Commanders pick here. What's the thought process? Do they grab a quarterback because they're rolling with Winston? Now, they do have a talented quarterback room because Andy Dalton came in. They, for some reason, still love Taysom Hill. They have Jameis Winston. So if it's not for a quarterback, what could it be for?
You know, I don't necessarily think that it is for a quarterback. Believe it or not, I think it might actually be a receiver. And that receiver could be Jameson Williams.
Yeah, that, you know, I really like that pick. Williams is my number one ranked receiver for this rookie class. And I had them taking a receiver at one of their 2 picks. I think I had them taking Chris Olave at 19.
I had Olave going there at 16.
Yeah, so it looks like the consensus for us is receiver to be picked here. But Taylor, could they replace the safety that they lost in free agency, whose name is not coming to my mind right now?
Marcus Williams.
Yes. Oh no, they replaced him. They got Marcus May
Yeah,
to go.
They got Marcus
that
May
doesn't make
to
sense anymore.
replace him.
So I guess I did forget about that because Kyle Hamilton could have been a good replacement. However, that doesn't need to happen anymore.
The one position other than receiver that I could see them going actually is corner. I don't know if they would try and do that because it does make sense here with this selection to jump ahead of Minnesota. Because if they believe Minnesota is going to take a cornerback, then to go ahead and jump above them to make sure they get their guy makes some sense. However, I don't know, because if you look at the cornerback group, they have their number one guy, obviously Marshawn Lattimore, but behind him, they don't really have a whole lot. They got PJ Williams, and then they have Paulson Adebo, who Adebo did seem like he was a pretty good selection in the third round last season for him. However, I don't think he's like a number two guy. I think he's a slot corner, mainly. And so at the end of the day, I really think that, they could go corner here. I think it's going to be one of those positions, either corner or the guy who's trying to beat the corner and the receiver. So I don't know where else they would go. It doesn't make a lot of sense to them to take anything else at this position, especially not trading up, to take something.
Right. Yeah. Receiver is a very good selection because they need somebody opposite of Michael Thomas. Marquez Callaway is not that guy.
There's one other position that they could draft, and I didn't really think about it, but it's actually defensive tackle because they lost Sheldon Rankins, over the last couple of seasons. So
Jordan, they would make a lot of sense to jump over the Texans and the Vikings here for Jordan Davis. So this is all of a sudden getting very intriguing. The pick is in, so we're just going to wait for Roger Goodell to step onto the podium, but lots of talent still on the board. And if I had a hunch, I'm thinking Jameson Williams.
I think that's my go-to. I do think that Jameson Williams makes a lot of sense, especially after a receiver just went. I think then they felt like they needed to go get a receiver, especially at that type of talent because right now, they got Michael Thomas, who's, coming off of surgery, so you don't know what he's going to be like, and nothing else essentially behind him. So they desperately need help in that receiver room.
Yeah, absolutely. Slant Boy's not going to, I don't know if he'll be there much longer, to be honest, but here we go. Roger Goodell stepping up to the podium with the pick in for New Orleans Saints, who traded up with the Commanders.
Tackle Charles Cross. Trevor Penning's a left tackle out of Northern Iowa.
I did have to take Penning
He's a
with one of their other selections as well. At 16.
He needs a lot of technique work coming out of Northern Iowa, but I think the wide receiver is a desperate need area. And then with the quarterback, I had him taking Kenny Pickett. Some people disagreed with me on that, but I think a wide receiver, like I said, this pass offense had no juice, and you got Williams, and you have a lot.
I think the most interesting pick here would be if they traded up for a quarterback.
This offense needs.
I think it would be a bad selection, though.
They need speed on offense.
It's important to point out as well that
I guess we'll see.
Remaining first.
It's a new era
of
Saints football. No Drew Brees, no Sean Payton.
Coming up tonight, as they swap up there, they gave up a 3 and a 4, so they will still have another opportunity if they choose to use it. Here comes the commissioner to announce the pick at
tons of people there.
11.
Is that Tony Gonzalez?
The NFL draft is a time of optimism for all 32 teams and their fans. We've got a similar time 2 weeks from tonight when we announce the 2022 schedule on May 12th. This year's schedule will have a new twist as our Thursday night games will be carried by a new partner, Amazon Prime Video. Joining me are Chargers and Chiefs season ticket members James Ebo and Moose Felt.
Oh, that's Austin Eckler.
Also here is Pro Football Hall of Famer Tony Gonzalez, who will be part of the Prime Video broadcast team. Congratulations, Tony.
It's a good move.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Thanks, Roger.
How's everybody doing? Everybody good?
One
Tell you
big
what,
human
I am
being.
excited to be part of this broadcasting crew for Amazon.
He's at
You may
least 3
recognize
feet
this
tall.
guy right here next to me. He's going to be helping me make this announcement for Prime Video, which will be airing on week 2 of the NFL season, September 15th. Los Angeles running back Austin Eckler. Huh? And I guess you can tell probably it's no surprise. The first game that we're going to kick it off is going to be out in Arrowhead on Thursday night against the Chargers.
Mahomes and Herbert
And I'll
slinging
tell
it
you
around
what,
for the opening game.
If you want
That's
my
pretty
opinion
good one
about
to
this
be
game, whoever
on.
has the ball last is going to win this game. At least the way it's always seemed. Talk to the fans. Tell them what you think.
Look, it doesn't get much better than this. It doesn't get much better than this. Thursday night football. You got 2 high-powered teams battling it out. It's going to be epic. It's going to be an amazing thing. Even if you don't rock with the Chargers are cheap, I know you got me on your fantasy team, so there's no point in not watching. It's going to be awesome.
I'll tell you
I
what,
love
we're
that.
looking forward
Yeah.
to it. This
He
rivalry
knows.
goes back
He knows.
62 years. You're not going to see it. Every time these 2 teams get together, it's explosion. It's fireworks. It's touchdowns. Great defense. So we will see you there September 15th.
Is there a more annoying fan base right now than the Kansas City Chiefs?
The
right, here we go with the
Washington
pick.
Commanders have traded the 11th pick to the New Orleans Saints. With the 11th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Chris Olave,
Hey, Olave, let's
Ohio
go.
State.
Wow.
Well, hey, we get a
Olave,
point,
like we
right?
used to say about another Buckeyes
I mean,
wide
we
receiver.
did
All he
get
does is
Chris
catch
Olave because
touchdowns. He caught
we
35
said they'd take him,
in
but
4
I didn't
seasons
think that
of
he'd go this high, to be honest.
I
I did not.
What did they see in the picks ahead of them that warranted the trade up? Because the Vikings certainly weren't taking a receiver.
No.
The Ravens
could
weren't
have.
taking a receiver. The Texans could have, and maybe they wanted to jump the Eagles.
I think the
But-
Eagles were probably the one that made sense. The Ravens.
Oh, Vikings trading their pick to the Lions.
Ooh, I like this
So
actually.
the Lions are now.
Wait.
The Lions are on the clock now.
Yeah, it says
which-
pick is in, but
Yeah, but they did trade their pick to the Lions. I just saw that.
so
come across
did the
my-
Lions already make the pick then? I'm assuming.
Now the Lions must be on the clock now.
Okay.
But okay, all right. So this changes a lot, Taylor. We're gonna play some more Weddle and then come back to this.
Yeah, so I'm gonna jump over. So obviously, we last guess was Adam Thielen. So that means you need to name an offensive player, or excuse me, a defensive player in the AFC, Parker, who is younger than 31 years old and shorter than 6'2".
L'Jarius Sneed.
All right. So we're talking about L'Jarius Sneed. So we're gonna go ahead and throw him in there, and boom, we got the team.
Ooh.
And so obviously it's going to be
Wow.
a Kansas City player who is a corner. So obviously the division is right by guessing the team. And then since it's yellow here, what that means is it's within 2 inches. Okay. So he is either 5'11" or 5'10", and he's 25 years old. The number is less than 38. I'm going to go ahead and make the guess here. I think that it's Mike Hughes.
No.
Oh, it is not. Oh, I forgot Mike Hughes left Kansas
He
City.
is- yeah.
See, and that's where I.
Well, that's why you don't pick.
Yeah.
All right. So they're 5'11".
Yes. So they're going to be 5'11", 25-year-old corner on Kansas City, who is between the numbers of 21 and 38.
All right, chat. You got to help us out here, if you can. Where's we got to get Nick in the stream here, our resident Chiefs fan in the listener league. So the Lions pick is in, so we're gonna watch this carefully. Do you think they moved up for a quarterback now, like Willis or Pickett?
Oh gosh, maybe, but oh man, they could have. I think they could. Yeah. I don't know.
Well, it'll be interesting for sure. So that means the The Vikings end up moving back to pick 32. And I'm assuming getting some more capital.
I certainly hope so. But I kind of want to see exactly what that means here. So for the Lions, if I had to take a guess, looking at what do I mean, you sit there and you think about it, what do the Lions need? You know, they have a lot of holes. Not quite everything.
They don't need running back, and I don't think they go receiver here either. They did get Aiden Hutchinson on the defensive end, so
yep. So that kind of
I think it's quarterback. I think Malik Willis becomes a Lion.
I think that could be a possibility, honestly.
All right. Well, we're going to answer a question here from Kevin from a few minutes ago. What running back will go first, and who do you think they will get drafted by? This is a great question because running backs don't quite often go in the first round anymore. The one running back I have taken in this draft in the first round is Iowa State running back Breece Hall to the Buffalo Bills, actually. Now, from a fantasy purposes, you might be upset if you have some stock in Josh Allen because he has a great rushing floor, and he won't need to do that anymore. However, the Bills need to protect Josh Allen as much as they can. He has been staying safe from injury, knock on wood. But let's look at this Lions pick here. So, wow, this is a haul for the Vikings. Take a look at this, Taylor. It's 32nd overall, 34th overall, and a third-round pick to give up the 12th overall pick and the 46th overall pick.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like they could have got more, believe it or not.
Well, let's see what the Lions do. Tell us about what you're thinking after this pick.
To the podium.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 12th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 12th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jamison Williams, wide receiver, Alabama.
Not sure who Jamison Williams is.
They go with receiver. This is
start with the speed.
interesting.
Young man was a
You know what? I
track
think
star
teams are
in
starting
high
to
school
pick
in
up on the
St.
fact
Louis.
that
Set the state record with the 300.
the Eagles want a receiver.
You know, if I'm the Eagles, I'm crying at this point. But other than that,
you've had two guys swept away from you, maybe three with
more
Olave.
than that. You know, because Drake London too.
Yeah,
you know, going
so great. So Taylor, what do you make of the trade between the Lions and the Vikings? We know the Vikings are very likely to trade in drafts.
Yeah, I don't know. The Vikings with a new GM, I really want to see what he does. I like the decision to trade because at that position with Stingley already off the board, there was really no great corners that you could take. And someone, like I mentioned, is going to fall. Okay. You know, and I think that's corner. Whoever falls is going to be the guy who the Vikings select. And then they go ahead and haul in and they're a top 2 pick in the second round. So I really do like that. It makes a lot of sense for the Vikings. And I like grabbing the extra capital, you know, in the third round as well, because even though this draft may not be the best draft necessarily, the Vikings also don't need a ton. You know, they have a few positions on the defensive side of the ball that they desperately need, and maybe a right guard. I think that third round selection could solidify them a guard that makes a lot of sense for them. So I think that I'm curious to see what happens here. It's hard for me to say that this is a great trade until I see who's on the clock, or or not who's on the clock, who's still on the board when the Vikings are on the clock, excuse me, because that's a tough one. That's a lot of positions that they fell. So
yeah, well,
it's a division rival too. So that's another thing you have to remember.
Yep. So the last 3 selections have been receivers. The Eagles pick is in. Jonathan on Twitter, Facebook has said the Eagles are going to be getting Jordan Davis and the Alabama receiver. Well, it looks like one Alabama receiver is already gone. But Jordan Davis is still available. However, will he make it past the Texans? Did the Eagles trade up for this pick? They had to have, because it belonged to the Texans.
Yes, the Eagles did trade.
Well, in that case, do you think Jonathan is right? Do you think they take Jordan Davis here? Or do we see the fourth straight receiver taken?
I really think that it should be a receiver. I don't see how it's not necessarily a receiver. Jordan Davis could make sense. However, they re-signed Fletcher Cox. Okay, so that's one thing that people have to remember. And now, yes, Fletcher Cox is definitely an older player at this point in his career, and they still have Javon Hargrave from Pittsburgh. So it doesn't necessarily make the most sense for them to draft a defensive tackle with their first pick. So personally, I don't think that's where they're going to go. It could be an option, though. Other positions that they might go ahead and address, believe it or not, other than receiver, because the receiver is the glaring hole. I think everyone knows that. Believe it or not, they could go ahead and look at getting something on the defensive side of the ball, though. Specifically, they could go up and get a safety. Okay, so they re-signed Anthony Harris, but they
Hamilton is on the board still.
Yes, and I think that's something that maybe they go ahead and do, and they wanted to get ahead of the Texans or snag the Texans pick there. Just because the Texans, obviously, they also have, a hole at safety ever since Justin Reed left the building. So I think that could be somewhere that they go ahead and go. If it's not there, corner is another option for them because they have Big Play Slay as their number one guy, and they have Avonte Maddox. But other than that, they don't
Steven
have
Nelson.
else.
However, Nelson was bad for them last year.
Steven Nelson, they don't have anymore. So
point proven, I guess. So, yeah, Jonathan, I think Jordan Davis is a very viable pick here. But
I think it's a defensive
would think
back.
You do. I'm gonna stick with receiver here, and I think they go with. They could mess things up if they take Treylon Burks here.
I mean, it's either a receiver. Assuming it's not a receiver, though, I think they go defensive back. I guess that's what I should have said.
Gotcha. Well, it looks like we have just a fraction of time. Let's get back to some Weddle.
All right, jumping back in here, we know that this guy is going to be a corner for the Kansas City Chiefs, who is 25 years old and 5'11", because he is between 5'10" and 6 foot, meaning 5'11", and he is somewhere between 38 and 21 for the number. Parker, do you have any sort of guesses for who this Kansas City Chief cornerback could be?
Kevin does. DeAndre Baker, the former New York Giant. Let's try.
I like that. I think he might actually be right with that. So let's go ahead and throw, yes, DeAndre Baker. And
very close.
Yes, off by
very
one.
Close.
So I think there is one more player that I know that they have, and that is, I'm drawing a blank on his name, Rashad Fenton, I believe, who is.
Fenton might be the play here because I think he's number 27.
I'm not sure on his number. That's the one thing that I think he fits the age. I'm pretty sure he's the right height. And then obviously he's a corner and he plays for Kansas City. Yeah. So let's go ahead and yes.
Yes. He is number 27 too. Look at that. Look at that. Correct. Hey, Kevin, great selection, DeAndre Baker there. Very nice.
Yes, good guess there. You absolutely nailed the height with that selection and the position and everything. So it was a good guess there. Just a little bit off. It's a lot of fun though. This is a game that if you guys haven't checked it out, definitely go ahead and do that. We'll probably tune back in there and play a little bit more later. And it also keeps track of all your stats for you. So obviously I opened up this on a different platform than I usually do, so it doesn't reset my stats so that we could start this over again.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, we're going to bring that back as we have these long commercial breaks. Taylor, what do we have for us in Fantasy Football in 5 that the listeners and viewers here should know about?
Well, number one thing that we have here at Fantasy Football in 5 is our obviously fantasy knowledge, but more than that is you got to go check out our website. We have our website at fantasyfootballinfive.com. Go check that out. And you can find anything you need from us. We have our podcast that we release all the time. Go ahead and check that out. It's automatically sent right there to our website where you can just click on it, listen to it. And any platform we're also on as well. Obviously we're on, Apple. We're also on, it used to be Google Google Play Music, but no longer a thing out there. And then we're on Spotify and every other listening device. And then also we release fantasy articles out on our website. Go check that out. If you're looking at, maybe rookies, we're going to be talking a little bit about rookies, obviously, after this NFL draft and maybe the best draft classes. So we'll be talking about that and any sort of just fantasy news or just news in general for the NFL. We talk about usually on our website in some way, shape, or form. So we're going to be doing articles. We have our podcast on there. You also can go ahead and get a hold of us through our website. It has all of our socials on it. And then it also has a way for us to get in contact with you as well with our news. I think we have it listed as like a newsletter. You can go ahead and sign up and email us as well. So go check that out. So all sorts of stuff on there. And we also have links to all of our socials, including our YouTube channel. Go check our YouTube channel out. We release videos. And one of the things that we want
here in Las Vegas, where the enthusiasm level is extraordinarily
Taylor, I'll
high.
get back to you in just a second. The pick is
making
in.
his way to the podium. Again, the Eagles moving up a few
Didn't want to cut you short, but didn't want to miss the pick either. So the Eagles this year, they traded up 2 spots and gave the Texans 4 picks.
Joining me for the Eagles pick are 6 high school tackle and flag football captains from teams across Clark County and Las Vegas.
Number 5 there is looking
They
like a
truly
pro.
exemplify the NFL's values of respect, integrity, resiliency, and responsibility to their teams. Congratulations to all of you on your accomplishments and good luck on the upcoming season.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. The Houston Texans have traded the 13th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 13th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jordan Davis, defensive tackle, Georgia.
Very nice. Yeah, hey, well, good call there, Jonathan, talking about how the Eagles are going to be getting Jordan Davis.
Defense goes 6'6" with
Mountain Man, literally gigantic, 6'6", 340 pounds, ran the fastest 40 time at the combine in NFL history for players over 315 pounds. So Jordan Davis is a freak of nature, and he's going to be setting the tone on the Eagles front for a long time. And I'm pretty sure Birds fans are happy with this pick.
I think that it was a good pick because he's going to be a great player. But more than that, it was a pick for the future because they re-signed Fletcher Cox. It was a 1-year deal, though. And I believe he's like 33, 34 years old. Fletcher Cox is at this point. He's definitely up there in his 30s. So what that means is this is a pick for the future. He's probably going to be your Fletcher Cox replacement when he inevitably leaves the building. So I think that is a good pick, I guess, in terms of just the overall talent that you're getting. So a nice selection there, but definitely not a win now move necessarily.
Yeah, I think it'll be a really nice pairing with Fletcher Cox up front. And that's something the Eagles have needed. They couldn't find a compliment, really. Hargrave had one good season, but he hasn't been the same since he came over a couple seasons ago from Pittsburgh. But with Davis, you also don't need him on the field every play. And you're probably not going to get him on the field every play. I said in our official mocks that this is a guy who either isn't going to play 3 downs right away, or he's going to have to drop some weight to be able to do that. Because the NFL game is completely different. He had a ton of stars at Georgia, like Devontae Wyatt, Quay Walker, Nakobe Dean.
All right.
Trayvon Walker. However, Taylor, the Ravens are
I'm going to jump in and talk about this Ravens pick because I think the Ravens are in a position to do something that I think I defied what a lot of people believed in my official mock draft. And I actually had them going ahead and taking a position that they went out and tried to get in free agency, which means they know they have a hole there and they need to fill it. And obviously they tried and almost had gotten Zadarius Smith before he ended up changing his tune and going to Minnesota. But before that happened, he was in line to go with the Ravens and sign there. And that would have filled a hole for them because right now they obviously signed Michael Pierce, in free agency, they have Calais Campbell still. They just drafted Odafe Owe, I believe is how you say his name, from Penn State last season in the first round. And then now they need someone on the other side, though, to complement him. And right now, I think that other person is in line to be Derek Wolfe. But I think they're going to draft someone here instead, because Derek Wolfe is not necessarily an every down guy. He's a rotational pass rusher and a good rotational pass rusher, but not an every down guy at this point in his career. Jermaine Johnson is the pick for me for this Ravens team. Makes a lot of sense. They need an edge rusher, and he's a plug and play guy on this defense. And he kind of reminds me a little bit of, some of these other Ravens in the past, Terrell Suggs, some of these other pass rushers. He kind of fits that same type of mold. He seems like a Ravens type of guy. Ravens have certain types of players, and I think he's a Ravens type of player.
Yeah, I'm going to go in a completely opposite direction. I believe the pick here is Tyler Linderbaum at center because they have nobody at center. It was Bradley Bozeman, and Bradley Bozeman's now a Panther. So they're looking to fill that offensive line with some talent, and Linderbaum is the best center prospect in this draft by a long shot. However, his ceiling, I think, is his pick, but his floor could be somewhere in the second round. So there's really no telling where he's going to go with this pick. However, with the exception of, oh my gosh, Travon Walker, I think. Travon Walker, we haven't seen a player outside of the draft room being selected yet. If you want to play that kind of game. So I like Linderbaum here. He's the best center prospect. He's physical. And Iowa breeds offensive linemen. So this is something that I am going to ride or die with.
That's interesting because I just feel like it's so early for him to go at this selection. I don't think that that's the right move for this Ravens team either. Now, you did mention they have a little bit of a hole there. Obviously, they lost Bradley Bozeman. But right now, they actually have Patrick Macari, who is currently playing center for them. He's not, actually a center. Right. He, if I'm not mistaken, I believe he's a tackle, if I'm not mistaken. However, he is currently
versatile enough.
Yeah, he's versatile enough to play center. So since they have an option there, I don't think they go there because right now they don't have an option to be a pass rusher. They just don't in terms of a full-time pass rusher. They have rotational guys, but they don't have a full-time pass rusher on the other side of the ball. So for me, that's the route they need to go. I guess we'll have to wait and see, though.
Yep, here we are.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Kyle Hamilton, defensive back, Notre Dame.
Wow.
Look, he can do it all.
How do you feel about that as a
Freakish
Steelers
athlete,
fan?
intercepted
Oh
8
my
passes
God,
for the
I'm
Irish.
sick to
Will
my
also get in the
stomach.
box and hit people. He's big, he's fast, he's long. He
Yeah.
returned a pick for a
Of
touchdown.
all
in his
teams
first
to
snap
take him.
at Notre Dame Stadium as a freshman.
That's interesting to me. So let me tell you why that's interesting. Okay. As a Steelers fan, you might actually rejoice to hear this a little bit, or maybe not, depending on how you see it. So they
Let's hear it.
signed Marcus Williams, obviously, and he's going to play safety for them. Okay. Big,
Yep.
huge, it was like $100 million deal or something. So it was a huge deal that he got. And they still have Chuck Clark, okay, to be
Do they still have
on
Tony
the
Jefferson? Is he a thing?
No. Oh, actually, I think they do, but I don't think he's not starting. They have Chuck Clark right now as the starter though at safety, and then they have Marlon Humphrey at the corner, Marcus Peters as well. So they have a good 1-2 duo at the corners position. But outside of those two guys, they don't have an answer. So my question is, do they move him to corner? I know he's a safety, but I think that he has the ability to play corner if they need him to, because otherwise that means that they are going to essentially say bye-bye Chuck Clark. And that means he's out of the building, and they have their safety duo in Marcus Williams and Kyle Hamilton for the many, many years into the future.
I don't know what pick upsets me more, whether it's this one or Thibodeau to the Giants at 5. I'll tip my cap to the Ravens for making a good pick. And it irritates me because they make good picks all the time. Yeah, but however, the Ravens have not beaten the Steelers in 2 seasons. So I'll take it. But good pick here. We still don't have a quarterback off the board. And we have some quarterback needy teams coming up. Maybe Houston. The Steelers are still without a true answer at the position. So,
oh my goodness. Huge breaking news here. All right, not to cut you off. Sorry, Parker, but this is what we're going to talk about right now. There was a trade that just went down involving the Ravens, believe it or not. The Ravens just traded, the Cardinals just traded pick number 23 to the Baltimore Ravens for pick number 100 and Hollywood Brown leaving the building. Okay.
Wow. Yeah, I'm just getting this now. Wow.
So I think that this right there just solidified the fact that they are going to be drafting a receiver. And I think they just put themselves in a position to select one here in the first round. I think that's what they are doing. Whoever is going to be there, whether it be, Treylon Burks, whether it be Justin Ross or Sky Moore, who I think could find his way into the first round. All of these guys, I think, are possible players who could end up being the selection here. But that was a big trade because Hollywood Brown solidifies the Arizona Cardinals offense and is the immediate replacement for Christian Kirk as the deep threat in that offense.
You said Treylon Burks and the Ravens in the same sentence, and I physically felt ill. We're going to talk about that back in a minute. The Texans are on the clock here. A lot of avenues to go. I'm kind of interested as to what this pick is going to be.
With the third pick in this draft, now they have their opportunity
get Derek
here at
Stingley
15 for the second pick of this first round. And here's
the door is wide open
With
here.
the 15th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kenyon Green, guard, Texas A&M.
Is a good player out of Humble, Texas, in the Houston area. Two-time consensus All-American.
Well, he stays home in Texas. However, I think this pick became a little early.
I don't hate it. Actually, I don't hate it at all. Because if you look at what I think the Texans are doing something very smart here. And let me tell you why. So right now they just traded back. Okay. So that means they solidify themselves some extra draft capital. Okay. In doing that. And then they went out and drafted something that will help their team for years to come. And if you look at what is the most important position, okay, in the NFL that is not quarterback, it is the people who protect the quarterback. Okay. And that is exactly what they're doing. Because if you look at organizations who have failed over the last 10 seasons or so, okay, and the organizations that are failing currently, you look at how the Bengals lost the Super Bowl last year. You look at how the Seahawks have failed for many, many seasons, despite having a phenomenal quarterback in Russell Wilson to, make that extra push because they didn't protect their quarterback. I don't think that the Texans are going to try and make that mistake. They're going to go ahead and they're going to make the picks right now to solidify that offensive line. They look at what their counterparts in Texas did in the Dallas Cowboys over the last decade or so, and they say, we're going to do that. We're going to build up this team and have a absolute force up front. Kenyon Green, good selection here. Might be a little early, but I don't hate it.
No, I don't hate it at all. If the Texans can give Davis Mills the right pieces on offense, I think they're going to surprise some people. They surprised some people last year. All right. So let's we'll go back to talking about the Texans later on, I'm sure. But we got to talk about the Commanders now.
I'm going to throw it over to you and let you talk about the Commanders while I go ahead and fix a technical issue.
Oh, all righty. So the Washington Commanders, for the first time in the team's namesake, is on the clock now. As they did trade back from 11, this was originally the New Orleans Saints pick. However, the Saints traded up to take Chris Olave. In my opinion here, it's a receiver. I had them taking Jameson Williams at 11. And we still have Treylon Burks, Christian Watson, Sky Moore on the board. Obviously, the best of those being Burks. So to me, Burks is the pick. And please, for the love of God, don't let Treylon Burks go to the Ravens. That's what I don't want to have happen. So I would be fine if Burks was taken here or by the Eagles at picks 18. However, the football team needs some help on the offensive line as well. It's not in dire need, but they could use help. Wentz isn't necessarily the most, he's very injury prone. So I guess that's what I want to say. So they could use some help there. Defense, it was bad last year for no reason. So maybe they look towards the defensive side of the ball and try and find their success from 2020. But I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. So I'm leaning Treylon Burks here. And there's one thing that stands out to me for Burks, and it is his home run ability and his playmaking in the open field. His comparison is A.J. Brown with just a little bit of shiftiness. And truthfully, I think it's a great pairing with Terry McLaurin, who has said himself he's not going to show up to the building unless he's given a new deal. So if you can get McLaurin on contract and you can get a guy like Treylon Burks in there to complement him, because McLaurin is not the biggest, and if you can complement him with a big red zone threat like Treylon Burks, that is really going to take the pressure away from Terry McLaurin. He's not going to get double teamed as much, and truthfully, it can help Carson Wentz because he liked throwing to big bodies, guys like Michael Pittman Jr. last year. So Michael Pittman Jr. led the team in the receiving categories, and he's a good receiver now. So I think Treylon Burks is a good pick here, and we're gonna join Taylor yet again. Taylor, I'm saying it's Treylon Burks here for the Commanders. What do you think?
Well, looking at what the Commanders need, obviously we pegged them at their initial spot at 11 for a receiver. I had Jameson Williams. I think you did as well.
Yes, I did.
And I think that it does make sense for them to take a receiver because right now they need offensive weapons out there for that Commanders team more than anything because they got very lackluster set of them right now. They have Scary Terry as a number one, Curtis Samuel, who was injured last year for a part of the season. And, they have the rookie third-round pick last year in Dyami Brown, who didn't really do much for them. And that's it. They really don't have anything else. So I think they desperately need some receivers there because someone there is going to be cut out, believe it or not. I think that Curtis Samuel is probably going to be gone after his contract is up, which is, I believe, either after this season or the next.
They might just take the early out on that contract, to be honest, if he doesn't perform this year.
Exactly. And so that leaves them with one or two receivers on the roster that are viable options. So I think they could take a receiver here. It makes a lot of sense. If they don't go receiver, though, believe it or not, another position they could go is offensive line.
A night filled with trades,
specifically guard.
Yes, Zion Johnson might be a good pick here.
Are set to go, and here comes Commissioner Goodell.
But I think it's Burks.
Sorry.
With the 16th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jahan Dotson.
Yeah!
Penn State.
Let's go!
Wow.
All the receivers are going. A speedster
Wow.
is
Go.
out of Nazareth,
I'm a
PA. Caught
huge
91
fan of
balls
this
with
pick.
12 touchdowns last
That
year.
is
Finished
early.
second in Penn State history.
Jahan
in catches and
Dotson.
touchdowns behind only Bobby England Lewis.
That is
I-
very early.
I am in football lore right now. All right. Great pick there for the football Commanders. For the football Commanders. No. So they're going to show you this clip from the Ohio State game over and over again. But believe me when I say it, he is so much more than a, catch in traffic kind of guy. He can beat people over the top. He is a jump ball machine. He's got the speed to beat people through the middle of the field as well, as you're seeing here on the slant route against Ohio State. He's also dangerous in the return game, which I'm a big fan of as positive upside for any player. Now, do I think this pick came a bit early? Yeah. But I love it. Dotson, I think, is actually going to be a very similar receiver to Terry McLaurin. I like it. I like it a lot. Taylor, what do you think?
I think you pretty much said it there. I think that he is a great fit for the offense. And I do think he went a little early here, but at the same time, if you look, the Commanders, they didn't have another pick.
Bro,
So,
bro, keep finish up your sentence. Then I have breaking news.
All right. There was a situation where they didn't have another pick. So, go get your guy. So I like it.
Okay. AJ Brown is now an Eagle.
Wow.
AJ Brown is now an Eagle. Here's the Chargers pick.
Things are
amazing.
happening left and right.
This is amazing.
With the 17th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Zion Johnson.
Yes.
Guard.
Nailed it.
Boston College.
Nailed it.
Nice. I thought Trent McDuffie in my final mock, but good pick there, Taylor. Sorry, Zion, but we have bigger news to deal with. You're going to be a good player. AJ Brown is an Eagle, so that means what for the Titans now?
Believe it or not,
you have to go receiver, right?
Maybe. But more than that, I think this kind of says something else about the Titans roster, which I was actually going to talk about it during the offseason at some point. This Titans roster is starting to fall apart very, very heavily. They're so insanely in a tough spot because right now, this Titans team is very veteran based. They have Ryan Tannehill, who's a very old quarterback at this point in his career. They have a pretty old running back in terms of running back standards in the NFL with Derrick Henry. All right. And then on top of that, they're playmakers. They just traded for Robert Woods, who's like 30, 31, something like that, I think. And then, they got rid of Julio, who at the time was like 34 years old, I think. And so they are very, very old right now. So I think that this was more of a move in terms of for the future, because I don't think that they believe in this team moving forward. I think this is a situation where they didn't want to pay AJ Brown, and I think they knew they were going to have to pay him quite heavily. So they instead go ahead and trade him away for hopefully quite the haul. I'm not sure exactly what it is. Obviously, they got the 18th pick, but what else did they get in return? I'm not sure.
Jeez. Well, that's crazy. So is the pick here a receiver? It's got to be now. You have aging Julio Jones.
Julio's not on the team anymore. They let him go.
Well, they have the option to bring him back, but you have Robert Woods and Nick Westbrook and Kinney. You have to get a receiver here if you're the Titans, right?
I certainly think that's probably the route that they go. I'm assuming the question is, do they still have that 26th pick? Okay. Because if they do, then I think that maybe they don't get a receiver here. Okay.
What if they shock everybody and get a quarterback?
That honestly wouldn't be the craziest thing, because Ryan Tannehill, like I said, I mentioned he was very old. I think whatever they're doing here, this is a pick for the future. Okay, so what that means is it might be a pick for a position that they don't necessarily need right here and now. It might be a pick for a situation where they go out and fill up this team to have a future. Because right now they don't have a ton of a future in terms of the players they have on this squad. Most of them are veteran-based players. The entire offensive line, almost except for one or two players, are veterans, 30-plus years old at this point.
Yeah.
And so you look at the defensive side, same with the defense. Other than Jeffrey Simmons and Harold Landry, who they were lucky to get back, most of them are quite old.
Yep.
So
yeah, the Titans are going to be in a very difficult spot in the next couple of years. The division around them, outside of the Colts, who all they need to do is basically replace Matt Ryan, and you have a young, talented division. So the Titans are going to be looking up at their competition now in the standings instead of down on them like they have been for a few seasons. So I think, to me, the pick here is going to be either quarterback, which could shock a ton of people. I think it could be either quarterback or wide receiver. And if it's a receiver, I'm still on the Treylon Burks thing. Oh, God, I can't even just say it. Just say it.
So what they got for AJ Brown, they traded AJ Brown for the 18th pick and the 101.
That's it.
That is it.
That shocks me more than getting a haul.
Now, let me tell you why this
It's got to be a
doesn't shock
contract
me.
year.
It is.
So the Eagles are going to have to pay him.
And that's why I was not shocked as much when I saw that they traded AJ Brown. I didn't think that they wanted to pay him. I just didn't think they would.
We got an angry react in the chat.
Uh-oh.
Sorry. We got some angry people over here. Sorry, Bran.
I'm assuming they might be Titans fans. Yeah. But I don't know. I think that let me show you the good side. If you're a Titans fan, why is this good for you? Well, let me tell you. Simply because AJ Brown was going to get paid. Okay, he was going to get paid, probably break the record possibly for wide receiver pay. Okay, and that right there at this point, that is being paid like a quarterback in the NFL. So I think that they go ahead and get rid of the possibility of paying a guy like a quarterback who's not even a quarterback. Okay, and they instead go ahead and get some draft capital, someone who could possibly replace AJ Brown if they go wide receiver. And if they don't go receiver here, they build up, the rest of the either offense or defense on this team instead, because they need young players somewhere. All right. And so that is, I think, the best move, because this Titans team, they're so old everywhere on this roster. They need to get youth. And that is the biggest thing. They need youth.
Which is crazy because AJ Brown was probably the youngest star playmaker on that team.
Yes, but at the same time, are you going to want to? They are headed towards.
They don't have anybody else to trade, though.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't have anybody else who would be
worth a first round,
worth spending your first round pick and future investment in. If AJ Brown bounces out of Philly next year, it's a win for the Titans.
Yep. And who knows? Maybe he could only stay with Philly for a single season.
Yeah,
he could be just a stopgap till he gets paid.
However, if the Titans don't go with a positional playmaker here, I think this pick is wasted. But we're gonna go to Roger Goodell.
Doc Robinson feels as though I can get a player that's comparable.
We gotta wait for Roger.
Look, playing almost the entire season without Derrick Henry, that team still was the number 1 seed in the AFC. You figure they're not that far away.
You gotta feel awkward if you're a Titans fan now.
Who do they go after now? Here's the commissioner.
The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 18th pick to the Tennessee Titans. With the 18th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Treylon Burks.
There's Burks.
Wide receiver, Arkansas.
All right. Good for Treylon Burks. He doesn't go to the Ravens, thank God.
11 touchdowns last year over.
He actually makes a lot of sense because he's a good replacement for AJ Brown. AJ Brown was a big-bodied receiver.
Yep.
Go up there and catch him type of guy, and that's what Treylon Burks is. So good plug and play, trade. But what's more interesting is, I don't know if you saw yet, Parker. Here's some more news, okay? And that is that the Eagles, brand new Eagles wide receiver AJ Brown gets a 4-year extension for $100 million.
Less money than Tyreek Hill and Stephon Diggs.
$57 million guaranteed. So
I honestly think it's a win for AJ Brown. If the Titans were going to see their demise of their roster over the next couple of years, AJ Brown doesn't want to be a part of that.
Yep.
You go to a team now, and you've added Jordan Davis tonight, and you have a promising young quarterback. You have a great receiver to play with, and your defense is not terrible. It took you to the playoffs last year. So. Yep. Things are looking up for AJ Brown. So
ironic, the comparison here for Treylon Burks on screen is AJ Brown.
Yeah, that's good. So Kevin asked a while ago, or he's mentioned a while ago, he believes the Steelers are going to take Willis. There's no way they shouldn't. If he's there, if he makes this past this Saints pick, I think the Steelers take Malik Willis, which will make me very happy. However, there is also the possibility that, a lot of NFL gurus think we might not have a quarterback taken in the first round at all. That's been a possibility, which would be one of the most insane things I've ever seen in an NFL draft.
Yeah, that is a possibility, and it's looking more and more like that could be the case. Let me tell you a little bit about the Saints pick here at 19 before they go ahead and make it. I think the Saints are in a position to, really influence where their team goes for the future more than anything, because the Saints, one thing that people forget about the Saints is the fact that they need help a lot of places. When I say a lot, I'm talking like, everywhere, because the players on their team that are good at this point are quite old. They're an older roster like the Titans, and I think that if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to double check. Yes, I had them taking an offensive tackle here instead of a wide receiver that you had them taking, obviously, Chris Olave. I had them taking Charles Cross, who fell in my mock. However, Cross is not available. Neither is Olave. I still think they could take a tackle, though, because they need someone to replace Teron Armstead, who was phenomenal for them.
Yeah. I think Penning is the pick here. I had him going to them at 16. So maybe right players, wrong picks might be my thing for the Saints here. But the pick is in, so let's listen in. We are blazing through this draft.
Over and over again in Tennessee. Inside breaking routes over the middle. That was his bread and butter. So really, it's kind of like it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, as my mom used to always say. Some teams say they'll pay. Yeah. Some teams say, nope, we'll draft your replacement. I love it. It's two different philosophies in terms of team building. That's what makes the NFL so great.
Here's the question I'll ask you, not to put you on the spot. A.J. Brown comes over. He's going to want a new contract. He's a free agent in the year.
Well, maybe the pick is in at some point.
Because Tennessee said no.
In the meantime, let me go ahead and talk to you guys a little bit about fantasy football in 5. I have a question for you, Parker. Are you tired of being the one guy that gets punished by your fantasy football league due to a last place finish? Because I know I would be if I was getting last place finishes.
Been there.
How about coming in second place in a winner take all league? Okay.
Been there too. It's tough.
You don't look at that and you're like, oh, that's okay. Second place. No, it's winner or nothing here at Fantasy Football in 5, because you don't got to look any further, because right here you have found your answer. Okay. We are Fantasy Football in 5. And for us here, anything other than first place is a disappointment. We strive to bring you the most accurate and up-to-date fantasy football news, predictions, hot takes, and information for a first place finish year in and year out. But don't worry, we don't only talk about fantasy football. We also talk NFL news, as you see here, the NFL draft, trades, free agency, everything. So more than that, we are not just fantasy football guys, but we're simply football guys through and through, which is why we are the perfect fantasy football podcast for the common fan. Go check us out. You can search Fantasy Football in 5 anywhere on any streaming platform, and we're going to throw it back over the draft.
From all the American airmen serving in the United Kingdom and being supported by the Royal Air Force Lake and Heath USO, we are excited to announce the first-round draft pick for the New Orleans Saints.
As the sole air refueling wing in Europe and Africa, we project air power around the globe. We are the largest U.S. fighter operation in Europe, ready to employ combat air power at a moment's notice.
We are the only U.S. Air Force Special Operations Forces in Europe and Africa.
With our European allies, we own the skies.
Back to you, Commissioner.
Pretty cool.
Thank you to our U.S. Air Force service members and all those serving our great nation domestically and around the world. With the 19th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Trevor Penning, tackle, Northern Iowa.
Well, I wish I was a Saints fan, because I would have nailed all my picks tonight.
He's 6'7", plays with an edge.
So the calling card for Trevor Penning is his tenacity. He played at a smaller school at Northern Iowa, but we've seen stars come out of Northern Iowa like David Johnson of, the past. But truthfully, Penning is a good pick here. If he was available for the Steelers at this pick, I would have liked him. But his tape really stands out. He's just a gigantic guy, and he is a perfect replacement for Teron Armstead, Taylor, like you were saying.
Yeah, and what I like about Penning is his run blocking ability. He is one of the fiercest run blockers in this draft class, and he absolutely mauls people. You'll see him, like, I don't know if you've seen The Blind Side, for any of you guys who are listening.
Great movie.
But, him, when he does his block and he, shoves the guy over, the end of the field, that's exactly the type of blocker that you're getting in Trevor Penning, which is kind of rare for a tackle. You usually see that from guards, but as a tackle, he's a great run blocker, and I think he would be a really good fit for this Saints offense moving forward. Great fit, and it was exactly as I expected.
All right, Kevin, it's nice to know that I have a fellow Steelers fan here in the chat.
Where are my Vikings fans out? Come on here.
Hey, here we go, Steelers. It's a great time to be a Steelers fan because there's a ton of promise around this team, provided they make a couple of good draft picks this year. Obviously, Hall of Fame quarterback Big Ben has retired, but we drafted Najee Harris last year. It's a great start to start retooling our offense in the wake of Ben's retirement. So there are still 2 quarterbacks available: Malik Willis, Kenny Pickett, and the pick is in. Honestly,
let me hear what you think.
I wouldn't be disappointed with either. I think Tomlin wants Willis. He has come out and said, basically without saying it, I want Malik Willis. He wants the mobile quarterback that can compete in that division with guys like Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow. And no one cares about Baker Mayfield, but Deshaun Watson now. So Trubisky is not going to compete with those guys this year. And no matter if he's a starter or not. And the good thing is you don't need Malik Willis or Kenny Pickett to start this year. You can have them season, sit on the bench, learn the playbook, and then come next year, come out next year and light the scoreboard up. What do you think here of this pick, Taylor? Are you going to say something different?
Yeah, I'm just going to say I'm going to play devil's advocate here. All right.
As you would.
Because mainly because I want the Steelers to stay bad. So no offense.
I'm sorry. What team made the playoffs last year?
Not the Steelers.
Fine.
Anyways, looking at the Steelers roster, I don't think they should go quarterback. I really do not think so. Let's look at the position. I talked about offensive tackle. Now that Trevor Penning's off the board, though, it makes it a little bit more difficult to look at tackle because I'm not sure who else is left. But I know that it's not as many people as you expected to have available at this slot.
Sure.
I know that most people expected at least 1 or 2 tackles to still be on the board. Offensive linemen, though, have gone pretty quickly in this draft. Outside of the offensive line, though, one other position that jumps out at me as a position of need is the corner position.
Yes. Yeah, it's a big need. We did re-sign Ahkello Witherspoon. Joe Hayden, we don't know what's going to happen with him. He could resign or he may walk, but the corner position is becoming shallow for the Steelers.
No, it's abysmal. Okay, it's almost on the level of the Jets at this point. Okay, because not quite as bad. They have Witherspoon, obviously, to play as the slot corner, and they just signed Levi Wallace as a number 2. But right now, Cam Sutton is their number 1 corner. Do you trust Cam Sutton as your number 1 corner?
No, because I watched him get cooked all last season.
And that right there is a problem. So I think the corner could be a spot that the Steelers go here.
I think corner can wait for the Steelers, though.
For a number 1 guy, though, I don't know.
I don't think they're going to look for a number 1 guy. So
who's going to be the number 1 then?
Honestly, they
Cam
might make
Sutton.
They're going to put Sutton back in the slot where he belongs. So let's get to the pick.
They want if they decide to do it.
Yeah, look, I mean, Kevin Colbert has said all along.
This is Kevin Colbert's last draft as the Steelers general manager. The Steelers faithful always shows up. However, it's going to be a really good pick. whoever it is, because I don't think the Steelers can mess this up. I wouldn't mind Devontae Wyatt. Trent McDuffie is interesting. I wouldn't mind him, but if I'm greedy, I want a quarterback. So, and safety doesn't make sense here because we did re-sign Edmonds to a 1-year deal. I'm not a big fan of that. I would have preferred to have Tyrann Mathieu. But if they hadn't signed Edmonds, Daxton Hill is an option. But here's the pick.
Get out of here. Yep.
This season marks the 50th anniversary of one of the most memorable moments in NFL
Against
history.
the Raiders.
During the final seconds of the 1972 AFC divisional game, Franco Harris made an improbable catch known as the Immaculate Reception. He here with us tonight to celebrate the 50th anniversary of that moment and to announce the pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Please welcome Pro Football Hall of Famer Franco Harris.
Wow, this is incredible. You got the right pick. This is incredible. Oh my gosh. Hello,
I think that kind of
Las
says
Vegas.
it.
Wow.
They got the right pick there.
I love this. With the 20th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Kenny Pickett, quarterback, Pittsburgh.
Woo! I'll take it. I will take it. I called it in my mock. I'm surprised it wasn't Malik Willis, but Pickett is the
Just
pick.
look at him.
Let's
You
go,
should hear this
Steelers.
place erupted.
Here we go.
With the Steeler fans.
Stays home to play
And
ball
Louis Riddick
in
perhaps among them.
Pittsburgh.
Pickett finished third.
I called it.
You know what? I think that it was the right move for the Steelers to not draft Malik Willis. I think that they play their best football with a guy who can stand in the pocket and make throws. They always have. I don't think that that offense is made to be a rushing offense, like a Lamar Jackson style offense. I just don't think so. So I think this is a great pick. I also really like this for guys like Chase Claypool, who desperately need someone to get the football to him. And Kenny Pickett can make throws. He is a very versatile player in terms of his throwing capabilities. So I like the selection. I think that it was a good move for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
There's going to be a lot of debate about this pick, depending on how Willis and Pickett's careers turn out to be. Willis has the arm talent. Not to say that Pickett doesn't, like this throw that you're seeing here, but he's pro ready, and that's what the Steelers need. They can compete with this roster right now, and Pickett has rushing ability, like we've seen in this bowl game here. So it's a smart pick for the Steelers to get a guy who can step in whenever he needs to. It doesn't have to be day one. All right. But truthfully, I think he's going to be he's in a competition right now with Trubisky. The competition's open, and the Patriots have made a trade.
Yes.
I'll shut up about the Steelers because we have to be fair to all the teams here tonight. But my team is the best, and the Chiefs are on the clock now.
That's still losing.
Asshole. All right. Chiefs are on the clock. They trade with the Patriots, and I thought the Patriots would trade out of this pick. So do you know what they got for this pick?
So looking at what the
Chiefs got, too.
I believe that they actually, I'm not sure. I don't think it's released yet as to what they got, but I believe that they actually the not the Steelers, the Patriots got a first round pick back for this year. If I had to take a guess, the Chiefs have two of them. Yep. So I believe they traded one of those, and I'm assuming maybe later picks, either this draft or future picks. So looking at what the Chiefs need right now, they need a lot of different things, believe it or not. Receiver could be a possibility. Not the hugest need, though. for them, but that could be somewhere they go. If it's not receiver, though, where else do they go? One spot could be the cornerback position. All right. Because they already got a replacement for Tyron with Justin Reed. So they need a corner. And I think they also desperately need a defensive end. So there's a guy here who is still on the board, and I expected to fall a little bit. Now, I had him going to a different team, but that was because the Chiefs obviously were later in the draft. So I think that he could go here, and that is George Karlaftis, a defensive end here or not a defensive, but an edge rusher, excuse me, who I think the Chiefs desperately need right now, because currently on their team, they have Chris Jones, Derek Nandi, who are defensive tackles, Frank Clark, who is at this point getting pretty old, and then Mike Dana, okay, as their starting defensive end. I don't think that's the answer.
Yeah. Jermaine Johnson is also still available, Taylor. And now you like him a lot more than I did. I actually had Jermaine Johnson going 23 overall to the Cardinals, but that does not exist anymore. So I'm intrigued to see what the Chiefs will do here. They don't need offensive line. Although, what if they surprise us and take Breece Hall here, which I know you said is always a rare possibility because you don't make the same mistake twice. You said it earlier when you passed up on Jonathan Taylor to grab Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Now, it isn't guaranteed that Breece Hall is going to be the best running back in this draft class. However, the potential is there. But I think the Chiefs' worries are more deserved for the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I think that more than anything, I forgot that Johnson was on the board. Excuse me, my brain right now. So they do get the 29th.
So much going on right now.
The 29th and the 3rd and 4th round pick this season. So I was right. They did get a first round selection. I think it was actually a pretty good move from the Patriots' perspective. The Patriots need a little bit of an influx of talent, so get multiple picks to do that. I like that.
Right.
Looking at the Kansas City Chiefs, I do think that it's going to be Johnson or Karlaftis.
The New England Patriots have traded the 21st
I wouldn't
pick
put a receiver past
to the
him.
Kansas City Chiefs. With the 21st pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Trent McDuffie, defensive back.
Okay, they do need corner too. That was a big need.
I mentioned that.
Yes, I had them taking in my official mock. I had them taking Kyler Gordon from Washington with one of their 2 picks. So Washington has 2 elite corners in this draft class, in Gordon and McDuffie. But Taylor, you said you had some news?
No, I was just saying that I got to see the pick before it got announced there, and I don't know. I was disappointing as a Vikings fan. I was hoping that he might slip down the board a bit, but more than that, I did mention that they did need a corner. We just talked about, ironically, playing the Weddle game. They have DeAndre Baker and Rashad Fenton as their 2 and 3 behind L'Jarius Sneed. So they don't really have great options. While they're young players, they aren't necessarily the shutdown corners that they're looking for. So I think that this is a good move for the Chiefs. Interesting one that they decided to trade up for, because at the end of the day, though, they do have extra draft capital from the Tyreek Hill trade.
Right on. So Taylor, your rival Packers are on the clock now. Do you have anything to say about them?
Well, first of all, do we have a bleep button? No.
Yeah.
But anyways, other than that, I think that the Packers are in a position where this is a make or break pick. This one and the next one for the Packers, this determines how their season is going to go. Because right now, their quarterback, honestly, if they don't, let's say they don't draft a wide receiver with one of these 2 picks, I think that Aaron Rodgers might just retire on the spot before the draft is even over. I think he just sends in his cards and says, thank you for the money, goodbye. And I think that might be it, because I think he is that fed up with the Green Bay Packers organization. However, if I had to take a guess, I'm assuming the Green Bay Packers expressed to him that they will draft a receiver. The question is just whether it's the 1st or 2nd pick. For right now, if they draft a receiver here, it makes sense because they have Randall Cobb to play in the slot still, And then they have Alan Lazard, who is Mr. Droppable football man out there. And then they have Sammy Watkins, who they recently signed, who I heard is not even a lock to make the roster.
Yes,
so
that's exactly what I heard too. They have there's some good receiver talent on the board still, because this is a deeper receiver class, maybe a more top-heavy class, if you will. Sky Moore is still available, and he is regarded as the best slot receiver in this draft class, so maybe he doesn't make a ton of sense. But George Pickens
Sky
is
Moore
still available.
as a slot
Christian,
receiver?
Yes.
Interesting. He's a huge guy.
Christian Watson. He might play the like a Tyler Boyd or Juju role where they're a bigger receiver, but play in the slot. However, Christian Watson from North Dakota State is more of a project kind of guy. He's a big receiver. So he's available, as well as George Pickens from Georgia.
Yeah, I think that the Packers could go receiver here, but I don't think that's actually where they go. I actually had the Green Bay Packers doing what I just mentioned and snagging an edge player who fell down the draft boards a little bit due to injury is George Karlaftis.
You're set on Karlaftis here. We're going to go into Goodell now.
If I'm a Packer fan, I'm not worried because history has proven they can find guys that other teams pass over at wide receiver.
You mentioned
Got to
Watson.
double check who I had
his father
going to
when
them.
he came
It
out of
looks
Howard.
like
I love
I
Christian
had the
Watson.
trend getting
About
Traylon
yards after
Burks as
catch,
one of their
about
picks. That's not going to happen
versatility,
anymore.
heck of a football
But with their
player.
second
Well, you
pick, I
mentioned
like
Jermaine
them
Johnson.
to get
He is by a
Kobe
wide
Dean.
margin the highest ranked player on Mel's board who is
Maybe-
still available. He is the pass rusher out of Florida State. Let's
Yeah.
see if that's the
Ah,
direction
here
they go.
comes
The Packers
Goodell.
have 2 picks as we continue this night in the first round. Here's the first of those with the commissioner.
With the 22nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Quay Walker, linebacker, Georgia.
Okay.
Wow.
Taylor, I know you did have him sneaking into your first round
I did.
in your final mock. I heard a lot of rumors saying that the Patriots might not let Quay Walker slip past them. However, that has come and gone. And while you talk about Quay Walker, I am going to solve a problem.
All right. Well, one of the reasons why I didn't have Quay Walker falling outside of the first round, actually slipping into it, I actually had him going to the Titans at 26. Believe it or not, I thought it was a really good fit for them there. However, this also does make a little bit of sense. As a Vikings fan, I'm actually happy they went with this selection over some of the other possibilities. I was really hoping they weren't going to take Jermaine Johnson. I also did not want them to take Sky Moore as the 2 players that I really didn't want the Vikings to have to face twice a year. Quay Walker makes sense, though, for them. And let me tell you why if you're a Packers fan. So he's an inside linebacker. And exactly what that means is right now they have Devondre Campbell, who they brought back. Okay. And then they also have Chris Barnes, who I do like. Chris Barnes, he's a young player. He's played pretty well for them. However, at this point, Devondre Campbell, who they brought back, he played phenomenal. I think he was close to leading the NFL, or maybe he did lead the NFL. Or I don't think he led the NFL. That was Olukin in tackles, but he was in the top 5 for tackles for the Green Bay Packers, led the Packers in tackles, obviously. And I think that Devondre Campbell is a nice fit, but he's an older player at this point. I think he's like 29 years old or so, 28, 29. So he's not necessarily the answer for the future for this Packers organization. So they went out and got that answer for the future here in Quay Walker. I think that he's a really interesting player because he's a faster linebacker than the guys who they currently have on their roster, which is intriguing because that's a different route than they've like to go with their middle linebackers. And so what's interesting is which guy is that going to push out? Is that going to mean that Devondre Campbell, I doubt because they just re-signed him, or is leaving the building? Or does that mean they're going to go ahead and trade Chris Barnes? I really think that could be a possibility because he's a young player who's probably going to be looking to get his second contract here soon. So with that in mind, does that mean Chris Barnes is out of the building after this season or during this season? I think that is a very high possibility. Someone's going to want to trade for him. He's a good player and a young player. I'm just surprised that they're moving on so quickly.
Yeah. I am a big fan of Chris Barnes. And Taylor, I know you got to see him play quite a bit being a Vikings fan. But we do have a trade to talk about in this draft. The Ravens are on the move again as they send this pick to Buffalo.
Yes, they just traded the 23, picked up 23 for pick 25 and 130. So the Ravens are just stockpiling picks right now. What exactly does that mean for the Ravens? Don't know. We will have to wait and see. But looking at the Bills, what do you think the Bills traded up for? Because they didn't have to trade up. They were only 2 slots away. What do you think that they saw right here that they desperately wanted on the draft board?
Yeah, that's a tough decision to make because I had them getting Brees Hall just to be kind of greedy and fun. That didn't work. So I don't know. They could go offensive line because Dallas could use a lineman. So maybe Zion Johnson could be the pick here. I think that's a smart pick for the Bills. Or maybe you find a corner because you have Kyler Gordon and Kaiir Elam still available. You still have a couple corners available. Maybe you pair somebody with Gregory Rousseau. I mean, you do have Jerry Hughes,
They
but
have Von Miller for that.
yes. However, I just
Well, let me tell you.
I'm confused as to why they traded up, if I'm being honest.
So they jumped the one team that they jumped was the Dallas Cowboys. So I think that you were onto something with them drafting a guard. I believe that it makes a lot of sense. However, I don't think there's a guard that's available right here that makes sense. Zion Johnson already went.
Yes,
Kenyon
you're right. I'm
Green
sorry.
went
I
as
did
well.
forget that.
So that means they would be reaching for the 3rd guard on the board. And I'm not sure off the top of my head.
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, it's literally. I'm not sure off the top of my head who the 3rd guard is off of this draft board. But what's interesting to me is what if they instead go and try and do something weird and draft the center? Okay.
I love Tyler Linderbaum. He's a perfect fit for wherever he goes because he's going to start right away and be good at what he does. He's this draft's Creed Humphrey. Simple as that.
And then other than that, I think you were hit on it in terms of corner. They need corners desperately right now. In fact, they have Tre'Davious White and nothing behind them. I had initially mocked at pick 25, Andrew Booth Jr. to them. I think that could be the pick here at 23.
It's not a bad pick either.
I think that could be where they end up going after seeing a corner just go, not last pick, but the pick before, if I'm not mistaken, recently. But anyways, I think that, I forget that things are just flying through my head right now. So I think it really could be corner here because right now they don't have anything. They got Tre'Davious White. They lost their number 2 corner to free agency in Levi Wallace. They don't have a great, their current nickel corner is Teron Johnson, who is okay. And then they have Dane Jackson, the 7th round pick starting on the outside.
Solid. Yeah, it appears that corner should be the pick. But will it be? We do not know. But we're going to go down to Vegas yet again for the 23rd overall pick.
So, read the quarterback side. They need a corner. This is a team that is thinking Super Bowl thoughts in Buffalo, and for good reason. They were just that close last year in that heartbreaking loss to Kansas City. Here's the commissioner, Roger Goodell.
The Baltimore Ravens have traded
Should be a
the
corner.
23rd pick to the Buffalo Bills. With the 23rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Kaiir Elam.
There we go.
Defensive back.
There we go.
Florida.
I was going to say it could be Andrew Booth or Kaiir Elam.
Sounds familiar. It's because it is. His dad.
Elam. I originally did have him in the 1st round in my my first unofficial mock. I don't know if he was related to Jason Elam.
I was
Matt
saying
Elam.
Matt.
Excuse me. Yeah. But no, I think it's a good pick there, and playing at Florida does you a lot of favors because you're going up against great competition every week. And Elam, I think he's going to be a good fit there because he's not going to be pressured to be that number 1 guy.
Yeah, I think that it's a perfect fit. They desperately needed corner, and it makes sense for them to go ahead and trade up and get one, especially because there weren't a lot of options left on the board at this point for them. So I think that they went up, got their guy, and looked forward to seeing what happens next. Dallas Cowboys are on the clock, but when the Cowboys draft, right now, actually.
All right, Joe, you joined us just in time, so thank you for hopping onto our stream here. This is Fantasy Football in 5 if you are new to us. So, Taylor, what shirt are you wearing right now?
Oh, actually, I'm glad you asked. It is the Fantasy Football in 5 shirt that we have, part of our merchandise that we have currently that we are selling on Redbubble.
Well, that's funny because I've got the same, but in a hoodie.
Interesting.
Yeah,
that's kind of crazy.
If you were looking for a stylish new sweatshirt, shirt, or phone case, look no further. We here at Fantasy Football in 5 offer all of your essential fantasy football needs as well as stylish new clothing and household items. Do you have a newborn? No problem, except for the crying. We have infant clothing as well. If you're looking for a new coffee mug because you're a drinker, that came out wrong, but coffee drinker for the office, or maybe a water bottle when you go to the gym, got those for you too. Or maybe even some bling on your laptop. Taylor, I know I need a laptop case. Sort of raw dog in my laptop right now. So we have stickers, we have cases, anything to fit any laptop we have available for you. Just check out redbubble.com and search Fantasy Football in 5 or our acronym FFIF to find our products. We even have a Kickers Are People Too design. Hashtag Kickers Are People Too. That's our slogan. That merchandise is available as well in all of those forms as previously mentioned. So check it out and stock up to make sure you are the most stylish fantasy football fan around.
Yes, we would definitely appreciate it because that helps us give you guys the best content out there and make sure that we are providing everything we can for you guys. But moving on to this Dallas Cowboys pick here, they got 4 minutes left on the clock. They're taking their time with this selection. What do you think the Cowboys do with this selection? I initially had them going with Kenyon Green. However, he's no longer on the board. So they desperately need a guard to start opposite of Zach Martin, because right now they have Connor McGovern, who I don't think is really their answer long term at this point. So they need a guard. What else do you think they draft if it's not a guard?
Well, they do need to replace Randy Gregory. So Jermaine Johnson is a likely pick here. He has fallen down boards as I predicted he would. And he could be a pick here for the Cowboys to be a direct replacement for Randy Gregory. I think he's actually a better prospect than Gregory right now. But it's Jerry's world and we're all living in it. So we're not sure what they'll do. Edge is a good pick. I know people maybe think safety here. Daxton Hill is still on the board. But they did make some safety moves this offseason with re-signing some key players. So I'm leaning away from that. Devin Lloyd is available, and maybe you look to replace Leighton Vander Esch in the middle and pair him with Micah Parsons.
You know, here's what I was thinking. They're going to probably stick on the defensive side of the ball with this pick because the Cowboys defense was just not very good. You know, they had a couple playmakers who, balled out for them last year, but they just didn't, as a unit, come together well enough and gel together well enough. I think that you hit on it with a couple of these mentions. Safety could be easy because they did re-sign Jaron Kearse, who played phenomenal for them last year, ex-Viking. However, I think that on the other side, they have Donovan Wilson right now as the projected starter at the opposite safety spot.
Joseph got arrested, so...
And so what that means is right now the Cowboys are looking to have a safety. I think Daxton Hill is a perfect fit because he also can play corner. So if they need someone who can play corner and move to safety, do a little bit of both, Dax Hill is a perfect pick here for the Cowboys. Other than the cornerback selection here, I think you made the perfect point with defensive end or edge rusher, I should say, because they did sign Dante Fowler, but I don't think he's the answer. No one really expects him to be the answer. I think he's just kind of a placeholder. If they need to roll with him for this season, they will, but it's not their preferred option.
Righty. So we're going to go into the draft here. When I asked you, Taylor, earlier about the most annoying fan base, it's definitely the Cowboys. There's no questions about it. I was just giving the Chiefs a hard time. So we will patiently await this pick. Kevin is asking, is anyone surprised Deebo Samuel hasn't been traded yet? Kevin, we'll get to your question in just a minute as our pick is in for the Cowboys.
Exactly.
We're also only a year removed from the Cowboys maybe having the best first round of anyone a year ago when they traded back and got Micah Parsons. It's about as good as it gets. Let's see what they do here.
They've been nailing their
Cowboys
first round
are on
picks
the
for a
clock.
couple of years.
Commissioner's making his way.
CeeDee Lamb and
here
Micah
comes the
Parsons.
pick.
Let's see what they do here.
With the 24th pick in the
We approach 3
2022
hours.
NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Smith, tackle Tulsa.
They go back to the offensive line. Started 23
Dallas.
games, allowed just 2 sacks and 7 total
What?
pressures.
So Tyler Smith has been a
6'5",
rising prospect.
324 at the combine, Mel.
But
Finally get a direct hit from my Mach 5.0 that was up this morning on ESPN.com. But
do they think he's related to like Tyson Smith or something?
Actually, let me tell you why this does make a little bit of sense. All right. And it's simply because I mentioned that the Dallas Cowboys needed a guard, and that was true, but they also needed a tackle because right now they don't have a tackle to start on the right side of their offensive line. Right now, they literally have a placeholder of, I think he's an undrafted guy, if I'm not mistaken. Terrence Steele is currently their right tackle, who is slated to play. So the question now becomes, why did they go with Smith over any of the other tackles that were out there? I guess
They had to have seen something that they really liked. What I'm noticing here on film is that he's pretty agile, and he can just bully people into the second level. So that's what they're looking for. That's been the hallmark of the Giants. You know, it's been a staple for them to go and grab good offensive talent, especially on the offensive line. So this pick does make some sense. Maybe it's a reach at this point, but that's all right. We don't care. So Taylor, we're going to jump back into some Weddle if you are interested. Right after we answer Kevin's question, is anyone surprised Deebo Samuel hasn't been traded yet? Truthfully, I am not surprised. I don't. If it hasn't happened yet, I don't think it's going to happen during the draft.
I don't think the Deebo was going to be traded. I really didn't. At least not right now. He might be a player who could be traded maybe before the beginning of the season. But the 49ers have come out and said they don't want him to leave the building. They don't. And I think at
No
the
matter
end
what
of the day,
he says.
Yeah, exactly. Like at the end of the day, the team right now has the upper hand currently. So in this situation, the only thing that Deebo could do is maybe if he wanted to try and go this route, he could start sitting out. You know, sitting out training camp, sitting out.
Happened before, and there are receivers around the league like Terry McLaurin, who are thinking, I can sit out and get what I want. Didn't really work out for some other players in the league, but it does happen. So there's a question. Thank you, Kevin. We're gonna jump into some Weddle here. Taylor, refresh our page and let's get a new player. Rashad Fenton was our last guess. You know what? Let's go ahead. Let's start with a polarizing player from tonight.
Who's that?
AJ Brown.
AJ Brown. All right. So what this means exactly for those of you that have not played, since it is yellow, it means you are close, but not quite correct. So the yellow meaning it will be an AFC player, but not a player in the AFC South. And since it's gray here for the position, that means it's on the opposite side of the football. So it means it's a defensive player from the AFC who is within 2 inches of 6'1" and who is older than 24 years old. So what that means exactly is, Parker, I want you to go ahead and name an AFC defensive player who is older than 24 and about 6'5", 5'11".
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to go with Ahkello Witherspoon.
Interesting. Ooh, well, you nailed the age at 27 years old. However, you got the height was a little bit wrong. And other than that, we know that the player is not in the AFC North, not in the AFC South. That means it's going to be either the East or the West. And it's a defensive player.
Is that how it works?
Yes, that is how it works. And it's going to be a defensive player who still 27 years old, but is a number higher than 25. So I'm going to go ahead and roll with maybe a safety, believe it or not. And thinking about safeties who are in the AFC West, how about the one that just recently went on
I know
the
where
move?
you're going.
Actually, no, that's not right. Not the right age. 27 years old. Safety from the AFC West. Who I'm trying to
Justin
think here.
Simmons?
I like that, actually. Let's go ahead and throw Justin Simmons in there because I think that he could fit. Oh, not quite. 28.
Oh, he's older than I thought.
Yeah, I thought that he was a 27. So
Okay.
got the division right, though. He got the AFC West. So it's going to be, it's not a corner. It's not a safety. Okay. So it's going to be a linebacker.
Linebacker, perhaps.
Or a very, very tiny defensive lineman, but probably a linebacker who's 27 years old in the AFC West. Trying to think now. A linebacker in the AFC West who is 27 years old.
So 27, what draft class if you're 27, approximately what draft class would you be in?
Oh gosh.
Maybe 2016 or 2017, depending on how old they were when they got drafted.
Yeah. Could be 2015, depending on
Right.
if they were young.
Oh gosh. Well, it's too old for Nick Bolton. And what about? Oh no, I think Uchenna Nwosu is too tall.
I think he also moved teams, if I'm not mistaken. A linebacker though that. Oh man. Well, that's not quite right. I was going to say Khalil Mack, but he's too old.
Yep.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think you're right with Nwosu being on another team. So, well, we know it's not Denver, so this is with 3 teams.
What about Anthony Hitchens? How old is he?
We're gonna go find out.
All right, we're gonna throw Anthony Hitchens in here. I think he might be too old. Is he not in here? I don't think he's in here.
Interesting.
So that means he's not on a roster currently.
No, right. So let's think. I can't even name another.
A linebacker.
I can't even name a Chiefs linebacker at this point. That's not Nick Bolton.
Oh, I know.
Ooh, good.
He's not at the right age.
Okay, number 50. That should help us out a lot.
So he's number 50. He's 27 years old. He's a linebacker who is not on the Chiefs and not on Denver. So that means it's going to be the either the Chargers or the
Raiders.
Raiders, thank you.
With the 25th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Tyler Linderbaum, center, Iowa.
You had him going
Tyler
there. So
Linderbaum.
I did.
I figured he'd go, but you had him about 10 picks earlier, 11 picks earlier.
Yeah.
Was a finalist
I'll take it.
for the Outland Trophy as the
Yeah,
country's top
that's a
interior
good
lineman.
pick for the
He was a
Ravens.
wrestler in high school and he wants to
They
keep
have been really exceptional with their first round picks recently, with Rashad Bateman, Odafe Owe, they Lamar Jackson, obviously. So it's been a good few recent drafts for the Ravens. And Linderbaum is the best center prospect in this draft. We have a trade to announce, Taylor.
Yes, a trade just happened literally within 10 seconds, and you'll see it here soon. The Jets just traded back into the first round here once again. So the Jets are currently on the clock trading with the Tennessee Titans here.
Jets trading with the Titans. Okay, so what do we make of the Titans now? What do you think they're going to go with? They already grabbed some really, really excellent players in Garrett Wilson and...
You mean the Jets?
Did I say Giants?
Yeah, you said Titans. So.
Oh my God. Yeah. Well, anyways, Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner. So they addressed both sides of the football. Now, where do they go from here?
Believe it or not, I think that they actually go out and draft. It could be two players that jump out at me, or two positions, I should say, that jump out at me. And that is, once again, the safety corner duo, or not duo, but like player
Caliber
of
type
Dax
player,
Hill.
you know, yeah.
Yeah.
Hill.
I think that he is a perfect fit here for the Jets. And then if they don't go that route, then they could actually be a linebacker, specifically an inside linebacker, maybe a Nakobe Dean or a Devin Lloyd. Either of those guys who are both on the board still could be the pick here, because right now, if you look at what the Jets have, yes, they have CJ Mosley, but let's be honest, he's getting paid a lot for not being on the field a ton. And he hasn't played that well when he has been on the field recently. He's not the player that he once was. So I think he could actually be off the team, depending on how things work. If they maybe trade him or, cut him for salary cap issues, whatever it is. So CJ Mosley could be gone, could be a replacement for him. And they also have the other linebacker right now is Quincy Williams, who, well, I like Quincy Williams personally. I don't think that he's the answer. And they also have Hamza Nasir-Ladin, who they took in the 6th round of the draft last year, as well as Jamien Sherwood. But neither of those guys are starters. Right. So right now, I think linebacker could be the position if they don't go the corner, safety, defensive back route.
Yeah, I agree. But just like with the Texans here, I don't think they can make a bad pick right now. So the Jets are on the clock, so we're going to get back to Weddle as we need to guess a linebacker for the not the Lions, my God, the Chargers or Raiders.
Yes, linebacker for the Chargers or the Raiders.
Kenneth Walker. No, he's too old.
He's
too young.
Too young.
Kevin Mackey saying Jayon. Isn't Jayon Brown?
Jayon Brown. All right, let's throw it in there.
I'm not even sure what team he's on right now. Oh, wow.
Boom. Very nice.
Job, Kevin.
Yes, Jayon Brown, who just got signed to the Raiders during the offseason here, free agency. Perfect fit there across the board. Number 50. I think that number 50 was definitely helpful. I was sitting there trying to think of a number 50, and I couldn't. Nothing was jumping out at me off the top of my head. But good call there. It's a lot of fun to play this game. Definitely go check it out. And we will go back to the draft though. And the Jets pick is in, and I'm not going to spoil it, but I do know who it is. But here's what they do have. I have information in terms of the trade. So right now they traded up to pick number 26. So they traded pick 26, or traded for pick 26 and 101 for picks 35, 69, and 163 in this draft. So I think that this was actually an interesting move for the Titans, who they essentially moved back about 9 selections or so, which really isn't too bad for the Titans. And they have another selection there with the 69th pick, which I believe might be the 3rd round, or if not the 3rd, the very beginning of the 4th.
They can use all they can get.
All
We're going to find out right now. The Jets are on his way. The Jets have traded back up to the left part of the first round.
The Tennessee Titans have traded the 26th pick
They're going all
to the New York
here.
Jets. With the 26th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Jermaine Johnson, linebacker, Florida State.
Yeah, it's about time Jermaine Johnson went.
We talked about him all night. 12 sacks after transferring from Georgia. He was the ACC defensive player.
So, Taylor, did you have Johnson pinged to the Jets at all, or am I being mistaken?
I actually had him in the mock going to the Ravens at pick 14. So I didn't have him going there. However, I mean, I guess it makes sense in a way, because if you look at what the Jets have on their team right now, so they have John Franklin Myers, who's expected to get paid at some point here soon. and he's a young player for them, quite versatile. He can play both defensive end as well as defensive tackle. And then they obviously have Quinnen Williams, phenomenal star at DT. And then they currently have Sheldon Rankins, who I think could be possibly on the move at some point. And then they also have Carl Lawson, who they just signed at last, I think was it last free agency, if I'm not mistaken. They signed Carl Lawson, and it was interesting to me because I also think that Carl Lawson, despite only being there for 1 year, could also be a candidate to be replaced by Jermaine Johnson. So I think that's why this could make some sense. But right now, he doesn't have an immediate fit necessarily as a plug-and-play starter. But I think if a move gets made, he could easily become a starter for one of those spots.
You know, call me crazy, but I think the Jets are having the best draft tonight.
You know, Jets and best draft don't usually go hand in hand.
I know. It'll be interesting to see how these players turn out. But Johnson was regarded as potential top 7 or 10 pick. And I know that means I see here that the Jaguars are on the clock again, which means that the Tampa Bay has traded out of this 27th spot.
Yes, another trade. We were right about these trades, Parker. This was a very trade-happy draft right here. And the Jaguars trading up. I don't have the complete numbers right now in terms of what they gave up to get this selection, but interesting that they traded into the first round once again after selecting Trayvon Walker with the number 1 selection.
Are they already regretting it like they should? You know, I think they stick on defense here. They improve their offense with Evan Engram at tight end, Christian Kirk, and Zay Jones at receiver. Travis Etienne is essentially playing his rookie season now. You obviously have Trevor Lawrence, but your defense still needs help, Taylor. You know, they still have corners available on the board. Kyler Gordon might be a good pick here, but they could have plenty of avenues to go down. Where do they go?
I think they go. I know I've been saying his name all night long, but this is where I think he actually does go. I think they traded up for it. Well, it's either him or there's another player. I'll mention his name. I think Dax Hill. They need safety help.
Dax Hill makes a lot of sense. I thought you were going to say George Karlaftis, and I'm about to slap him in the face.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense because right now they have Andrew Wingard, who was a former Dolphin, not necessarily a starter caliber player. And then they have Rayshon Jenkins at the other safety spot currently. They have Andre Cisco on the roster, who was a 3rd-round pick last year, but that's it at safety. They don't really have anything else. So they need a safety desperately. They actually need 2 safeties technically.
Yeah.
And
you know, I'm going to play devil's advocate. What if I think safety could be the move, but what if it's Jaquan Brisker or Lewis Sine instead?
I was just going to say that's where I was going. I think Lewis Sine could be a possibility here for this pick as well from the safety from Georgia, if I'm not mistaken. I think it makes a lot of sense for them to go either of those routes. The question is, what do they like more at their safety position? Because they're very different players. The type of player that they are quite different. Sine is a little bit more of the technical guy. And I think that, you know, I almost said Kyle Hamilton. I think Hill is what's interesting about him is he's got some versatility, which can really help out a defense, and especially a defense that needs help right now. So I think it should be him, but if not, I really think that I don't know if you mentioned the Penn State safety
Brisker, Jaquan Brisker.
I don't know if he jumped. I don't think you trade up for him at this point.
No, you know, I don't think so either. But what I like about Brisker is he's got a high football IQ, and he's not afraid to come up into the box and lay the wood. You know, he's a smaller version of Tyrann Mathieu, where, you know, at Penn State, I think he really impresses in zone coverage and playing up close to the line. I think those are his 2 strong points, and he can make a defense happy at the next level.
There's one more position that I forgot to mention, and I didn't think about it until right now. The Jaguars run a 3-4. Right now, they recently signed the NFL leading tackler in Foy Alukin from last season, but they need another inside linebacker because right now they have Shaquille Quarterman, who was a 4th rounder last year. Or not last year, 2 years ago.
They still have Nakobe Dean and Devin Lloyd are still available.
I think
those would be solid picks.
Too.
Very solid picks. It looks like defense is the consensus move here, though. If they go offense at all, is there anything that they should entertain? Or is offense off the board and off the brain for them?
Honestly, obviously, they could use some offensive linemen. Guard could be a possibility. Center also. But I don't necessarily know that either of those are, slam dunk picks at this point, And then receiver, they still need receiver help despite signing Zay Jones in free agency. Obviously, Marvin Jones is 32, 33 years old right now. And they have Christian Kirk, who they also signed in free agency, and Laviska Shenault. But I don't necessarily know that they are content with those guys. They could go ahead and try and just load up on weapons for Trevor Lawrence.
Taylor, with these remaining teams in the first round, unless we see a trade back in, do we see a quarterback being taken?
With the remaining teams?
Yep. I don't see it personally, but could we have a trade into the first round for Malik Willis?
We could. We certainly could. Simply because who knows? Like I mentioned how the Vikings went ahead and traded. Oh my God. What if the Vikings got Malik Willis at 32? Mind blown.
Would you love that?
I would love it. I would absolutely love it because the dude has an arm. The dude has an arm. He can make some good throws, and it would just be something different for the Vikings. They haven't had a running quarterback. So it would be something different. And obviously it wouldn't be a pick for this season, but it would be interesting. I want to see what Kwesi does here, the new GM for the Vikings. But anyways, what would be more crazy? What would you do? Well, what do you think the entire football space would do if the Jaguars with this pick selected Malik Willis?
I don't think it would be as insane as the Packers taking Malik Willis. We're listening to this pick. The Jaguars aren't going to take Willis.
No.
But if they did, I would throw my laptop out the window and the stream would be over. Because I have Trevor Lawrence and multiple dynasty teams. So
maybe they trade Trevor Lawrence.
No, they don't. You don't do that after one season.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have traded the 27th pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. With the 27th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Devin Lloyd, linebacker.
There we go.
Utah.
Yeah.
All that.
All right, and there he goes, Lewis.
Good call on the 3-4 defense because that's a piece to the puzzle that not many people think of. The type of scheme that they run is very important to the personnel that they have in the locker room. So good pick. I think Devin Lloyd is a great pick here because he's a smart football player. He led the Utah Utes in tackles last season. He's just a tackling machine, truthfully. He's a little bit undersized, being 5'11", but his comp, Darius Leonard. Darius Leonard got knocked for being a little bit undersized. But what is Darius Leonard? An all-pro player now.
Oh, that was a quick pick by the Packers.
It was a quick pick. Wow.
So, let's not to cut you off here. Talking about Devin Lloyd. I like Devin Lloyd. I think he was a phenomenal inside linebacker in this draft class. Might be the best one, honestly. But so great start to the draft for the Jags, getting a lot of defensive talent, which they desperately need. Let's talk about the Packers, though. What do they do with this pick? Okay. Where do they go and exactly what do they do? Because they did not take a receiver with that first selection. Do you think the pick was in so quick because they know exactly where they're going with it?
They better go receiver here for the sanity of everybody. I think a good receiver here is Christian Watson from North Dakota State. We've seen a bunch of North Dakota State prospects, be trusted by NFL GMs like Carson Wentz and now Trey Lance and potentially Christian Watson. I know you have a smirk on your face, and knowing you for all these years, it's something. So what's cooking?
Well, I don't know. I'm looking at the Packers, and looking at who's on the board, the receivers that are left. None of the slam dunk number one picks are left, or first round picks are left. So that means they're going to be looking at guys which I hope they do not go with this individual, because I do not want the Vikings staff to play against him. And that is Sky Moore. I'm a big fan of Sky Moore. I think that he is someone who could pan out pretty well in the NFL. And I think that could be the pick here assuming they go receiver. Okay. And with that assumption, you got Sky Moore. You mentioned the Purdue receiver, David Bell.
Bell could be
Pickens.
good. George Pickens is very good too. I don't think Bell has the first round ceiling that these other guys have. But he broke pretty much all of Purdue's receiving records last year. So he's a good prospect. I just don't think he is. I just don't think he's the pick here. So,
well, what's interesting is if the Packers do not go with a receiver, which is crazy to think about, but there are some options for them to go elsewhere. Looking at their team, they also run one of those 3-4s, and they already got a linebacker for the middle.
Nicole Dean.
They need someone to pair up in terms of a corner, I think.
Yeah, they did re-sign Rasul Douglas, but you have to be aware of the fact that many teams are running 3 corners on the field at all times now.
And they do have Eric Stokes, the first-round pick from last season, but I don't necessarily think they know that he's the answer yet. So they
you certainly don't want Kevin King on your roster anymore.
Yeah, so they could go that route as well. And then also, other than the defensive side of the ball, they need defensive ends, actual defensive ends in the 3-4 scheme.
Yep.
Because they have Dean Lowry right now starting for them, not the answer. They also could go offensive linemen though, which have been a sore spot for first-round linemen for the Packers. However, if they decide to go that route, it's probably going to be a guard. That's most likely the spot that they go if they decide to go that route. They have a couple of young guards who are starting for them right now. And I don't necessarily think that one's a 6th-round pick and one's a 4th-round pick. So
if the smartest pick here is receiver, unfortunately the Packers have continued to neglect that position for a long, long time, and we saw Rodgers get frustrated with it. And truthfully, that's what forced Devontae Adams out the door, because the Packers, they had to pay Rodgers to keep him in-house. And we'll talk about that after they make this pick. But anything but a receiver here is a waste of a pick.
Speech at the NFL Awards when he was named the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year.
It's called an investment.
Oh,
you can apply those 3
Andrew
things
Whitworth,
to
what a
any charity
great
cause
human.
for.
Yep.
You can invest your time, you can invest your finances, or you can invest your voice. Doesn't matter which. We just have to keep investing in each other. Let your heart lead you all the way.
The league will miss him.
Definitely. Andrew Whitworth was... I don't think he's going to go out of the limelight, though, anytime soon.
I think he'd be great in the front office somewhere.
The 32 men drafted tonight will go on to do great things on the field, but they'll also make tremendous impacts in their communities. Nobody exemplified that more than Walter Payton. Named in his honor, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, is the most prestigious award a player can receive. Tonight, we are proud to have Andrew Whitworth, the 2021 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, here with us.
That's one big human.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank y'all. Whose house? That's what I'm talking about. I am very humbled and grateful to stand before you as the 2021 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year. I would love to thank the NFL, the Payton family, and Nationwide for everything they do to support players as we try to make positive impacts in our communities. When I look back over my time in the NFL, in my career over 16 years, and a Super Bowl champion, one of the most rewarding things about it was the platform I was able to build to help change people's lives with a lot of other teammates across the NFL and people in organizations. And I want to take this opportunity to challenge the players of the NFL and encourage you and the prospects of this NFL draft. Take advantage of that opportunity. Don't let it go. Let's leave a legacy that lasts longer than just the game field, that shows who you are on and off of it, to make an impact that'll last for generations. Thank you so much for your time.
Aaron Rodgers would never do that.
Andrew, great man. We're so proud of you. With the 28th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Devontae Wyatt, defensive tackle, Georgia.
It's comical at this point.
So they did not take the receiver.
It is comical at this point. Now, Wyatt is a great player.
Yes.
This probably spells the end sooner or later for Kenny Clark.
I don't think so. I'm a little. It's a little head scratching because they do have Kenny Clark as to why they would go ahead and make this pick right now. But at the end of the day, I mean, he's a great player, Devontae Wyatt, and part of me thought that the Packers made this. I really did, and just because the Packers don't like to give in to. Yes, I also love watching the Packers burn. Yes. I think that personally, the Packers, they don't like to give in to fans and the fan bases. They don't believe in that. We've seen it over and over and over. They don't care what the fans think, and that can work to their advantage, at times. But other times they sometimes feel like they are doing it just to spite the fans and the knowledge base of the NFL. And it's kind of sad to see well, not really, because I'm a Vikings fan, so it's never sad to see. But I imagine it would be sad if you were a Packers fan. But they are getting a great player in Devontae Wyatt. I think that the question is, does he play the nose tackle? Because they run a 3-4, like I mentioned. Or do they try and push one of these guys, Kenny Clark or Wyatt, out to the defensive end spot? I think Wyatt might be able to play D-end. I'm not sure, though, off the top of my head. Obviously, he's a defensive tackle, originally.
Do they play 3-4 or 4-3?
3-4. They play 3-4, which is where it makes the question of, what's the situation there with him and Kenny Clark?
Well, do you think the Packers thought, BPA here? Because they didn't really have many other defensive needs, like pressing defensive needs. So did they think just BPA?
Maybe.
In their eyes, at least.
I mean, I guess he is a good player, so could go that route. I just don't think that was necessarily not the best move. I'm assuming that the Packers were betting on the fact that they can get a receiver in the second round, and not have any sort of problem with that. And I think that could be a possibility. For receivers, it's a deep class. You got Justin Ross, you got a couple other guys who are still on the board that we've already mentioned. So it's a good deep class. They could go ahead and get a receiver later. But I'm going to throw it over to you, Parker, while I go ahead and grab a drink.
All right. Thank you, Taylor. So we are at the Patriots pick. The first time the Patriots have selected this evening as they traded back and acquired the Chiefs pick from their trade. So here's the deal with the Patriots. They have more needs, I think, than people realize. They could use a linebacker. They could certainly use safety help, as Daxton Hill is still available. And Taylor, I know you, when you come back, you are a big fan of Daxton Hill in this draft. You think he should have gone like 11 times by now. But the fact of the matter is he just hasn't. So the Patriots could definitely use some safety help or some linebacker help. Corner is also a very pressing need because they sent away J.C. Jackson, and he's now in Los Angeles. So that your top corner is Jonathan Jones. Well, Jonathan Jones is good. He does produce interceptions and turnovers and such. There's not much depth behind him. So I would be worried if I were Bill Belichick in a division now with Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Stephon Diggs, and now some good receivers for the Jets. I would just be worried that I can't cover some of these guys. And the guys up front on the defensive front, they're talented, but the Patriots just don't seem to be there yet defensively. They did send away Chase Winovich, so maybe they look for an edge rusher as opposed to a linebacker, because in the Winovich deal, they did get Mack Wilson from the Browns. So that's a very likely possibility too. But for me, I would rather, if I were in the Patriots front office and if I was Bill Belichick, I really would like to see a corner in this draft. Now, Kyler Gordon is still available, but if you want to take a look at the offensive side of the ball, you got to get someone to replace Shaq Mason after you traded him down to Tampa Bay. So there's a couple of avenues here that the Patriots could go down. I'm just not sure which one they go. If I had a hunch, and anything that's what the Patriots should do, I think the Patriots should go with the corner. And one of my favorite guys, Kyler Gordon, is still available. Taylor, welcome back to the stream here. Patriots are on the clock. They could use some secondary help.
Yeah, looking at the Patriots, they desperately need a corner. I think that is very obvious. They've let a lot of good corners leave the building of late. Obviously with J.C. Jackson this season, and then the season they also have Stephon Gilmore, who left the building as well. So they have a couple of guys over the last 2 years that have pretty much gone and not gotten replaced. That's the big part about this. And so looking at the options for the Patriots in terms of corners, I think that it's going to be a tough one.
With the 29th
Andrew
pick
Booth could be the
in
pick.
the 2022 NFL
He's still
Draft,
available.
the New England Patriots select Cole Strange, guard, Chattanooga.
All right, what a strange pick.
6'5",
This is such a Patriots pick.
Then to Chattanooga, now he's a first-round pick.
Such a Patriots pick. And no, I did talk about how they needed to replace Shaq Mason while you were gone. So this is the replacement for Shaq Mason.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense for them to get a guard because they need a right guard. But what doesn't make sense is why they would draft him at this spot. That's what is a little questionable for me. So I think that it's a little bit. That was a quick pick by the Chiefs, by the way. But I don't know. I just think that this is not the best move for the Patriots long term by any means. And then on top of that, you look at the needs that the Patriots have. There were corners that are still available, and right now, these are their starting set of three corners. They have Jalen Mills, Malcolm Butler, who retired from football at one point, okay, and then Jonathan Jones. That's it. That's all they got. And so, you look at it and I don't know. They also signed Terrence Mitchell, who's a good depth guy, but not a starter at this point. So I don't know. I really wonder what their plan is for the future. Not a great move for the Patriots. I think that the Patriots obviously needed guard, but don't think they needed it in the first round. Looking at the Kansas City Chiefs, this pick is in.
Oh my God, this was quick.
With the 30th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft,
Give me Kyler Gordon.
the Kansas City Chiefs select George Karlaftis, defensive end.
There he
Purdue.
finally goes, Karlaftis.
I love his story.
You know what? I might
Born
have
and lived in
them
Greece until he was 13. He was on the Greek national water polo team. Had a terrific career in West Lafayette. He had the second best pressure rate in the Big Ten last year, Mel, behind
at this
only
pick exactly,
Aiden
George
Hutchinson.
Karlaftis.
And so this is not a surprise. We wondered maybe
right there,
early
George
second or late
Karlaftis,
first
Kansas
for
City
Karlaftis, and here he goes.
Yeah, a lot of people thought early in the year he could be a top 10
Yeah,
guy.
George Karlaftis here.
So when you look
Interesting pick. I don't hate it. I talked about that actually previously for them when they were on the clock before. I thought that they needed a defensive end. You know, they had Mike Dana as the person who was currently listed as the starter for this upcoming season. They needed a defensive end, and Karlaftis can play that role quite well. And it's a good fit for him. Other than corner, you know, that was probably the second biggest need that this team had.
Yeah, they did lose Melvin Ingram after they quickly acquired her from Pittsburgh in the middle of the season. So this is a good replacement. You know, Karlaftis is a great player. His family was
Bengals pick is in too.
Yeah, this is a quick pick too. But his family was very athletic. His mom played ball at Purdue. His father was an athlete as well. So a good pick here for the Chiefs. And I think Karlaftis is really going to like his new home here in Kansas City because he has a chance to sort of shine on his own on the defense.
Interesting. I have a little story tidbit actually for one of our previous picks. The guard from Chattanooga who just got selected by the Patriots, Cole Strange at number 29. I don't know if you recently saw this. For those guys who are listening, Ian Rappaport, NFL Insider, just had another head coach from a different team who is not the Patriots text him when that selection got made and said, "I love that guy."
Well, maybe the Patriots know something that we don't know.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, no kidding. Who is this Tom Brady guy?
Yeah.
But it just fits the mold of the Patriots, you know, getting guys who have a chip on their shoulder and know how to play football, flat out know how to play. So Malik Willis-Taylor is still on the board. I don't know if the Bengals will take Malik Willis or not, but you know, it's been a very, very great draft so far. And in the meantime, let's do one more quick Weddle.
All right.
While we wait for the pick to arrive at the podium for the Bengals.
Well, we're talking about the Bengals right here, so why not talk about Joe Burrow? Because he is currently... Oh, and we snagged the age off the bat.
A 25-year-old offensive player in the AFC.
Who is either 6'3" or 6'2". So...
I'm thinking running back or receiver.
Okay. Name me a running back from the AFC East.
Devin Singletary.
25? I don't think he's 25. No.
That was close.
But we are in the AFC East. So
right.
It is an AFC East player, and Singletary is also not very tall. An AFC East player.
That was a mistake. Yeah.
Yeah. Running back probably was just a mistake in general, but an AFC East player who's 25 years old, probably a receiver at 6'2", 6'3".
I think he's too old. Damn.
And he's between the numbers of 9 and 26, so definitely receiver here.
I would say maybe Devontae Parker, but I think he's too old.
Yeah, Devontae Parker's not 25. I'm going to go ahead and throw out, what about Jacoby Myers? Or was that his name?
Yeah. J-A-K.
Okay.
OBI. Very nice.
That was it.
Carmen had a really good guess as well with Gabe Davis.
Gabe Davis. I don't know. Is he 25 years old?
He's in his second season. So he might be right around that age.
I think he might be 24.
He fits the mold for I think he is 6'2" as well. So that's a very good guess. But Taylor, you nailed it right there with Jacoby Myers. So very nice. Very nice.
All right. Let's jump over to the draft.
We still have a little bit of time before the draft is in. But the Bengals have some needs of their own.
Yes, for sure.
Not a true center. But Tyler Linderbaum's already gone, so I don't think they go center here. And they can use some help at corner. Corner just seems to be the calling card of some of these teams late in the draft.
Yeah, I think corner is definitely a possibility here. They have Chidobe Awuzie, Eli Apple, and Mike Hilton as their top three.
Your best friend, Chidobe Awuzie.
Yes, my Madden nemesis. But other than corner, though, I think that another spot they could look, believe it or not, is defensive tackle.
Yes, they do. They do need some help there as well. Let me see. I think I might have had the Connecticut defensive tackle Tyler Jones mocked to them. Yes, I did. So Tyler Jones from the defensive tackle from UConn is my pick. As you know, Taylor, we were talking about it on our live stream a couple days ago. They're gonna have to pay their offensive players before they want to go pay guys like DJ Reader and BJ Hill.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I think that one of those defensive tackles could easily be out the door quite soon. So I think that he fits, or a defensive tackle fits the mold for them as they run a 4-3. And they also could try and replace Sam Hubbard as well on the defensive line. Not necessarily saying he's a bad player, but he's getting to that point where he's going to be paid. He's going to be looking for his second contract. And with that in mind, they might not want to pay him. And so they might let him hit the open market instead. And other than that, looking at the offensive side of the ball, they don't have a whole lot of holes necessarily. You know, they got the trio at that receiver, but they don't have a fourth guy. So that could be a spot. Don't think it probably will be, though. The offensive line, they've actually done a pretty good job of putting that together pretty well. So I don't think they go offensive line here necessarily. They don't have to. Ted Karras, obviously, I mentioned he's not technically a center, but he can play it. We showed it in New England that he could.
Offensive line needs, which were significant in free agency, so we'll see what they do.
All right, pick is in for the Bengals here. They have plenty of options on the table.
With the 31st pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the AFC champion Cincinnati Bengals select Daxton Hill, defensive back.
Hey, there's your
Michigan.
guy. Going to pair very nicely with Jesse Bates.
As a Steelers fan, you should hate that because he's a good player.
Man, you know, the teams in this division who have taken safeties tonight have really, really done a great job. The Browns just didn't have a first-round pick, so that's a simple fact of the matter. But, wow. That's all I got to say. I'm surprised Hill fell this far. After some of the teams who
Vikings already made their pick. Oh my!
Malik Willis.
Oh my goodness!
What would you do if they selected Willis? Here?
I would lose my marbles. I would just lose my.
Oh, this is the best time of the draft. You know what? How great is it that your team ends the draft, Taylor?
I actually love it. Oh God,
what a great! You know, we've seen them do that before. Could history repeat itself when they take a quarterback at number 32 overall?
I think it does.
After trading to that spot in some fashion.
I think it does because if you think about it, you know, the Vikings, what do they know they need here? Other than corner? I don't know. Maybe they'd take Andrew Booth. Maybe he's the pick here.
I know you'd be happy with a corner as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind them taking a corner because they desperately need corner help. But if they think that a quarterback is the answer, I mean, who am I to say no? So
the Kirk Cousins is eating up millions and millions and millions of dollars of their cap space.
It was $45 million. Now I think it's down to 40.
They restructured to save them a little bit of room. And the benefit of taking a quarterback here is that you can exercise their fifth-year option. It's a financial benefit.
Yep.
All right. So the Vikings got this pick in very fast.
Like it was extremely fast.
As did all the other NFC North teams I've noticed in this draft, with the exclusion of the Bears because they didn't have a pick. So very intrigued to see what the Vikings do here. I think Malik Willis will look sweet in purple and gold. And who knows? Maybe both of our teams get new quarterbacks.
That would be something. The other guys who are a possibility, Andrew Booth is still on the board, corner from Clemson. I don't hate that. You know, other than that, a lot of the other corners are kind of gone at this point. I do know that they could go ahead and take the defensive tackle, Perion Winfrey from Oklahoma. I hope they don't do that, though.
Kind of a gross pick.
I really don't think that they should do that.
I like Tyler Jones more than Winfrey, personally. So, but I think they should make it a slam dunk pick. You know, if this is Kwesi's first, you know, draft, let it be known that you are not here
Yep.
to be stepped over. Make your mark, as did Kevin Colbert with his last pick, or his last first round selection as the Steelers GM.
And not only that, but what does that say? I think that says everything if you draft a quarterback here, if you're the Vikings, because for Kwesi at least, like that says everything. Because if you think about it, the Vikings right now, they are in a position where they're teetering on the line of, you know,
Rebuilding.
Super Bowl and rebuild.
Yep.
They're right on that edge. You know, they could go and make a Super Bowl, you know, with one or two, you know, additions, or they could fall down the other side and end up on a rebuild.
Yeah.
So the question is, you know, this is a pick. If he takes a quarterback here, he's saying, I am in this to win it. Okay. For the future. I don't think that this is necessarily, obviously they've been saying all the right things regarding Kirk Cousins,
Right.
but why not have a guy sit behind Kirk Cousins for a season or two? Because people are like, well, they just extended him. Yeah, but for one extra year.
Right. And we know Kellen Mond is not that guy behind him. But Taylor, before the Vikings make their pick, for those of you still with us, we really want to thank you for all that you've done with us tonight. We've had a great time hosting this draft for the third or fourth year in a row. I think this has been the best one yet. Weddle has been good to us. The draft has been exceptional. Lots of good things. Charles says it's a quarterback. Charles, Taylor hopes you're right with Malik Willis. Would you be upset if it was a quarterback that's not named Malik Willis?
It depends. Is it Desmond Ridder?
Do you prefer Ridder to Coral?
I think they're very, very even in what I like. Coral and Ridder, they're very, very similar. Not necessarily similar in the way they play, but similar in terms of where I have them in terms of talent.
Right.
But obviously Malik Willis, if it's not Malik Willis, I will be disappointed because that man has a cannon. He has a cannon. I got to see some of his throws at his pro day. It was phenomenal.
All right.
You know,
let's get to the draft because this crowd, from what I'm seeing, is unbelievable. Don't look at your phone either. Don't look.
With the 32nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Lewis Cine, defensive back, Georgia.
Well, and there's the history. Now, we knew Georgia
Okay.
had a great defense. It was
What are you
a national
thinking?
championship. And now that is the first
I mean,
school.
they needed a safety. They needed one because right now they have Cameron Bynum expected to start opposite of Harrison Smith. Not jumping for joy by any means, but I would have rather them traded back to this 32nd pick and gone ahead and done that than reach for a guy at that, 12 spot.
Yeah, they had. Would you have been okay if they took Daxton Hill at that 12 spot?
No, I would not have liked Daxton Hill at 12. Way too high. So that's why I would have felt like they were reaching no matter who they took at that spot. So I'm glad that they traded out of it. I'm just not sure how I feel about Lewis Cine being the pick. I think he could be a good safety, and it could be a position of need.
Well, either way, this is going to wrap up our live stream here. We're pushing 4 hours, and it's been great the whole night. Lots of Vikings love here in the comments. Unfortunately, they did not get the quarterback. Sorry, Charles. But that leaves Malik Willis still available. But hey, Taylor,
the Vikings have a pick in two selections.
Have pick 34.
And Tampa Bay, while they could take a quarterback, I guess, with pick 33. I don't necessarily see them doing that, though.
No, I don't either. Especially not after taking Kyle Trask a couple years ago.
And I think that I don't think they want to spit in Tom Brady's face after, he just came out of retirement.
Right on. Yeah. So, Malik Willis is still a very viable option for the Vikings here at 34.
It makes a lot of sense too with them taking a safety. If they decided to try and go that route and take a quarterback at 34, makes sense because Tampa Bay needed a safety. They let Jordan Whitehead leave the building.
Yeah.
So
maybe they were playing the long game here, but we got to wait until about 7:00 tomorrow night. 5 Georgia defensive players went here in the first round. NFL history. Most defensive players from one school in the first round. And you know who didn't go was Nakobe Dean.
Yeah.
Which is kind of insane.
I was shocked by that. I really thought that he would go. I'm surprised Quay Walker went and Dean didn't, I guess.
Yeah. But Dean, a little bit undersized. So who knows? Maybe he's a better scheme fit from, I don't even know who took him. But either way, this was a fantastic first round. We had a lot of trades. We had a lot of good picks. We had some bad picks too. Thank you, New York Giants again. However, Taylor, overall reactions from the first night of drafting.
What a blast. I don't know. I feel like this was more fun than last year, actually, just because of the movement and everything that was going on. Like last year had more names, you know what I mean, with the quarterbacks and everything, but it kind of went as people expected for the most part. You know, very similar picks to what people expected. But there was so much movement in the first round of all, you know, places and players too on the move, you know?
Yeah.
You know, huge name receivers that went out there and got moved. A lot of fun. I think, and more than that, I think it really shows what the NFL is becoming. They're becoming more, you know, not quite like the NBA, but like that, you know, movement happy. And I kind of like it. I do.
Yeah, right on. So this is a great first night of drafting. We thank you all for joining us here on whatever platform you're watching, Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube. It's been a fantastic evening. We're pushing 4 hours here, and we can't wait to do this with you again next year. But make sure you visit our website, www.fantasyfootballinfive.com. Check out how many hits we picked and how many we definitely whiffed on tonight. But this is a tough night for anybody to predict. So lots of fun. And then, as always, we are on Twitter at FantasyFButton5. That is the number 5 at the end of our handle. And we are available 24/7 on Twitter to reach out and talk to you about football. If you are interested in our listener league, all you got to do is let us know. You can DM us on Twitter. And we have Carmen talking about the Giants pick. He is a Giants fan. They had 2 tackles on the board, so now why not take Thibodeau and grab the next tackle? I guess it's better than most years. Yes, it is better than most years. You know, Carmen, and Taylor and I both thought that they could have realistically taken 2 tackles with picks 5 and 7 because let's say Ekwonu had been there and the Panthers took somebody else. 5 could have been Neal. 7 could have been Ekwonu. Thibodeau, who cares? You don't necessarily need him. He's going to be a good player, but you don't need him as much as you need Evan Neal. So they got Neal, but you could have bumped Ekwonu to guard or just say goodbye, Andrew Thomas.
Ekwonu played guard all of 2019.
Yes,
and
so
part of 2020.
He has that experience. And so that's why I was led to believe, why not take 2 elite tackles in this draft and set yourself up for the future? You know, protect the blind side and protect the other blind side, and you're going to be good to go. So, Carmen, it's a great question. I'm sorry that you're a Giants fan. It's been tough. And yeah, I think a lot of people saw it that way with how this draft shook out. And even before the draft, 2 linemen would have been a good move. Taylor?
Yeah, honestly, the Giants across their offensive line, they really didn't have any stars. You know, the closest thing to a star was Andrew Thomas, and that is not a star. Yeah, he was a falling star. And so I don't know. I feel like they just don't have, you know, the playmakers up front on that offensive line to create holes. That's the biggest reason why Saquon Barkley has been pretty much destroyed out there in New York. You know, everything that Saquon has done in his career has been all him. It hasn't been the team around him. It's been all what Saquon is able to do. I mean, I mentioned it earlier when the Giants were on the clock. He is having to make moves with the football before he even receives the football sometimes, which is disgusting. And you should never, as a running back, have to do that.
Yeah. And not to mention that would have lengthened his career and prolonged his potential stay in Giants blue. So, Carmen, thank you for your input. We really appreciate it. And for anybody else who's still listening, like I said earlier, if you want to join any of our listener leagues this year, we have a Dynasty League. We have our regular redraft league that's very popular. We can't wait to see you and be part of this Fantasy Football in 5 community. As remember, we do have some merch on our Redbubble. That is redbubble.com. You can just search Fantasy Football in 5 or FFIF. And yeah, we just thank you for joining us. Thank you for appreciating the stream and sticking around. I think this is the best year we've had, Taylor. But the main thing we do is the podcast. You can listen to us on Apple and Spotify or pretty much any podcast platform you can find. We are on there. Our logo and our likeness is up in the corner. Very easy to find. So that's what we hope to see you next time. Taylor, any final words?
Good luck to all you fans out there. And if you are looking for, a league to join, you mentioned it earlier, Parker, we got our listener league. But on top of that, if you just want fantasy news and insight, definitely go reach out to us. Go to our website, fantasyfootballinfive.com. We have all sorts of fantasy articles. We also have obviously expecting some draft, highlights and stuff like that for the upcoming week, like in terms of the top classes, which ones were, and also rookie rankings we expect to do here soon. So check that out. You'll hear all that and more in you'll hear all that and more in the upcoming podcast. Hopefully we'll be talking all about the draft for the next week or two, and then moving into what you can expect for this upcoming season. We'll bring you all the best news and up-to-date information as soon as we can possibly get it.
All right, everyone. Thank you again for joining us. This was Fantasy Football in 5. My name is Parker Neal. My co-host is Taylor Knowlton. Thank you for joining our stream tonight. This is the first round of the 2022 NFL Draft, and we will see you next time on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, or Podcast World.